The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
As I feel the weight of the world, I see it, I reach it, to the summit that I never known I need it, I reach it, every step takes me farther from home, I see it to the end, I see it to the end.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Season number 2. My name is Victor Cax. Join me here is Husky. We're going to be your commentators today as we bring you some Brawl Stars action. How you doing, my man?
Very excited because today we get to see which team, the remaining 2 teams that will qualify for the Challenge Finals, which is going to be very, very exciting because that one, I can't spoil anything just yet, but just to let everyone know, Challenge Finals is going to be very, very exciting, at least for Season 2. Compared to last year, it's a huge upgrade that we can look forward to, but yeah, it's going to be a longer day, more games, but only 2 teams will make it out.
Yeah, exactly. And who are those two teams? We'll be finding it out very, very soon. But nevertheless, we'd like to thank all of you guys for joining us on this journey because, you know, it's fantastic to be a part of this, really, because looking at the level of plays we have here, looking at the teams who are coming in, you know, the same set of like players coming from last season until now. I mean, it's really, really an honor to kind of be here, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's been 2 seasons. I am at this point, I'm very certain that there will be more down the road. But I think the best thing is also how for Season 2 we have so many changes in terms of players who have made it to top 4, right? One of the teams, Team Flash, especially the first teams from SCA to qualify since Season 1. No, we don't really have much SCA representative, and they were able to make it through. They took down big names like Madrid even, so I think there's a lot to be desired when we head towards the next stage. But for now, I think it has already been a historical moment when we see these kind of achievements being made. Let's take a look at, you know, what's in store for us. Just as a refresh for those who haven't been watching our broadcast, we have the Open Finals to kick things off. As you can see, 2 different splits with 2 different Open Finals for each split, and afterwards the teams will make it to the Challenge group stage, which they will play in a GSL bracket, best of 5, and split into 2 groups, 4 teams in each group, and afterwards top 4 will go to Challenge Finals. And if you wonder who will qualify for Masters, well, throughout the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series, we do have Open Cups where teams can continuously participate in to gain points for themselves, and teams with the highest points will qualify for Masters.
So, as we had alluded to early on, previously we've already found 2 winners already, so now we're going to be finding 2 more winners in this GSL bracket format. So effectively, those who are in that lower bracket for each of the groups will be playing against each other to see who is going to be making that way to the Challenge Finals. So that's going to be an interesting interesting kind of proposition here because we've already seen some plenty of action coming into this competition here. Let's have a look at what they are fighting for here because there are certainly a lot of stakes here for our players as they come into this competition. So first prize here is going to be going home with $16,000. Second place will have $9,000. Third place will have $7,000, and fourth will have $5,000. Fifth and sixth place respectively will have $3,000 each. And if they end up 7th to 8th place by the end of this challenge group stage, it will be only $1,000 each.
Yeah, and of course, it's all about how big of a piece of the pie you will leave with by the end of the day. But for some of these teams, they have already guaranteed top 4, right? 2 of them, in fact. So I believe it's Help Me and Team Flash that have guaranteed that top 4 prize pool. I think we already also have eliminated 2 teams already. So coming into today, we're trying to find the other 2 teams that will make it through. Obviously, for the past 2 weeks, we have seen amazing Brawl Star matches. We have seen major upsets and just historical moments getting achieved. But if you guys haven't been able to catch up with the brackets, we're going to put it on screen right now just to give you guys what we have in store for today. Starting it off, we have that lower bracket in Group 1, Brighton versus Rising Sun Esports SEA. Winner takes on Crazy Raccoon for the 3rd spot in the Challenge Finals. And in Group 2, with Kesa against WWW, winner takes on Madrid for the last spot in Challenge Finals.
Exactly. So that is going to be what's on the itinerary here. And given that Crazy Raccoon and Raccoon both have been performing very well in that upper bracket there for each of their respective groups, that's why they're going to be waiting to see who's going to be coming up to challenge them, whether it be either Brighton or Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia in the case of Crazy Raccoon, or Quasar or WWW when it comes to the case of Real Madrid.
Yeah, and this is again going to be very, very interesting for all of these teams because they, when we look at, I believe, WWW and Madrid, when we played last week's matches, we talked to Team Flash and they say that they wanted to get Madrid to face off against them for the slot in the finals. They got their wish granted and they took down Madrid, which I think is one of the biggest moments for SCA Brawl Stars. To them, they came into this competition on the road. They have a lot of win streak. They kept that win streak alive.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be running into our first match very soon. Here's going to be itinerary for everyone else here because, granted, we're going to be having 4 matches in total for today itself. So the first one is going to be Help Me versus Rising Sun Southeast Asia, and that's what we'll be looking for later on. Winner of that will be going on to fight against Crazy Raccoon in match number 2. That's going to be scheduled at 6 p.m. GMT +8. And Quasar as well as, I think that's... WWW. Yeah, with a really funny cat there. I mean, oh my goodness. I love the personality that these Japanese squads can sometimes bring, even for that logo itself. But Quasar versus WWW will be fighting each other at 7 p.m. later today. And the winner of that will go on to face off against Madrid at our final match of the day, which is going to be at 8 p.m. But out of all of these matches here, which you think is going to be one that you would like our viewers at home to pay particular attention to?
Honestly, I'm very much looking forward to the first one, with Brighton against, I believe, Rising Sun Esports SCA, because I think these 2 teams are evenly matched. Again, when we looked at Rising Sun Esports SCA in the Open Finals, we can kind of say that this is the first time we have a Japanese organization kind of branch out to SCA and have an SCA division. And for Rising Sun Esports, the JP division didn't make it through, but SCA one made it to top 8, and right now they are 2 series away from making it into the Challenge Finals. Of course, if they can take down Brighton, then they will have to face off against Crazy Raccoon, which I think is going to be another test for them.
Indeed, and because Rising Sun Southeast Asia is no slouch really, because they are led by one of the former members of the PSG team that took the World Cup in 2020.
Oh yeah.
And I keep stressing on this point because a lot of these players who are competing in this Brawl Stars competition here in Season 2 are not newcomers, to the scene.
No.
They've been running in this scene for years now, even before Brawl Stars has evolved to the game that it is now. So with plenty of experience and on hand here, I think especially given that Rising Sun Esports is one of the few teams here that truly does have a Southeast Asian sort of presence within their lineup here. Going to be very exciting to see how far they're going to be able to go, especially against the powerhouse Japanese teams here.
Yeah, and we even talked about how when they qualified, they came in from the Open Final split too, right? And we were just comedically messing around saying that they kind of dodged the harder bracket, but overall they were able to Team Flash took down Madrid. That is a huge feat. So for today, there's going to be so much more to be desired, and I think that when we head into these matches, we get to see if Rising Sun SCA can kind of put on the same performance as the Team Flash did last week.
Exactly. I mean, the Flash has already done so much work already from the beginning of this, and none of that would have been possible, though, if it wasn't for the support that Snapdragon Elite Gaming has been providing to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Their tagline is "When winning matters," and not only they've been powering our phones, they've also been powering our competitions here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So we do thank Snapdragon for the continued support.
They have been very, very supportive of this endeavor. This is why we are in Season 2 and across multiple game titles as well. But when you have a good chipset, you need to have a device that can handle all of that raw power, and we have just the one for you with Samsung Galaxy. Check out their latest product, the Galaxy S23 Ultra. Share the epic and level up your game. These people from Samsung Galaxy have also been very, very supportive in giving us the best environment to demonstrate our gaming prowess.
Exactly. So, with that all said and done, now coming to this first matchup here, I mean, do you think it's going to be like, are they going to be looking more at their current opponents here, or do you think they were in the back of the mind thinking about how they're going to be beating Crazy Raccoon later on? Because, you know, the winner of this will be facing off against that like back to back, isn't it? So,
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
You look at Crazy Raccoon's roster, these guys have been on the world stage plenty of times, right? Almost every single season you see them on the international stage. But I think if you are, Brighton or Rising Sun SCA, it's all about keeping your eyes on the ball, and that's the team in front of you, right? So you can't think about Crazy Raccoon if you can't even beat the enemy in front of you, and that's how I see it. But maybe our audience have a different view on that, and in that case, I would need you to use that channel points and cast your predictions in Twitch chat down below. We've been showing predictions last week also, and so far your predictions have been pretty accurate. The team that normally garners more of that crowd favor wins the series. We'll see if that continues today.
I mean, with that crowd favor, I mean, I'm really going to be curious to see how that vote turns out between both Rising Sun as well as Brighton here, because I think like Rising Sun technically has a bit more of a presence, quote unquote, because they've been around longer. But it's like Brighton, they are, while they are not as famous as like some of the players on Rising Sun, they are still long-time competitors within the Japanese Brawl Star scene. So gonna be very curious to see how that vote turns out. Make sure you guys vote in the Twitch chat there. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to be getting into the action here, we've got a little video to show you guys where we interviewed some of the players to get their thoughts. So why don't you guys have a look right about now?
We think that it's a very, very close match because both teams are really great. But honestly, facing Brighton on the day one, we do think that Brighton is a very strong team, and they each have like individual strengths. So it's when they're organized together and when they get a good strategies, that is when like they combine and make a very great power. So we think Brighton will go for it.
Alright, they think that Brighton will win this one. Let's see what Brighton has to offer to bring to the table. We have this lineup again. Some of them have been around for a very, very long time. You know, we have Menmi, we have Gambare Marinu, we have Arotan, we have Mol. And, you know, overall, I can't say I disagree. I think Brighton has shown really, really great prowess, and the expectations have been risen just because of how much Rising Sun SCA has also shown in that Open Finals.
Exactly, and you know, granted, there's definitely a lot of familiarity between them as well as Brighton because they're both from the same region. But I also feel that there's also a bit of a shade as well to Rising Sun Esports, given that they are feeling that they might be able to beat them even if they were to get through. So I don't know, like it just tells me like they have a lot more confidence in their own fellow man, I suppose, compared to what could potentially be a bitter rival in the form of CZK from Rising Sun Esports.
I mean, no one has really been able to threaten Japan on their world stage ever since they got the trophy back home, right? PSG was kind of the last vestige of a non-Japanese region who has won the Brawl Star World Championship. In this case, I could understand completely why Crazy Raccoon thinks that Brighton would win, but on the serious side, I think Brighton also has demonstrated very, very solid gameplay in that Open Finals. Sure, they aren't the team that finished first, but when you look at the Split 2 Open Finals, you have two SCA teams right there, Flash and Rising Sun SCA, and then you have Brighton plus WWW. It's arguably considered an easier bracket compared to Open Finals 1, but overall, I think Brighton is just amazing.
Indeed, they are. So let's go and have a look at the lineup that we have for Rising Sun Esports. And unlike the Japanese squad here, this is mostly Filipino as well as Malaysian here. The Filipino player being Bear Bear, and the two Malaysians, CZK and Troy Yi. CZK having plenty of experience at high-level Brawl Stars competition, and Troy being one of the newcomers in this season here. Whereas I would believe that with this leadership and experience that CZK brings to the table here, there's definitely a lot of potential in this lineup from Rising Sun Esports, isn't it?
Yeah, and even when you look at Bear, right, he has been playing in a lot of other different Brawl Stars tournaments, but this is, I think, the first time we get to really see a Filipino player playing in the challenge stage. So it is a big, big achievement, I think, for him as an individual, but also for Rising Sun Esports SCA as a team, because again, I don't think prior to this there has been any organizations from Japan that invested in SCA Brawl Stars. So this being a first, I think would be, there's a lot of responsibilities on their shoulders, but you gotta take on Brighton, and these are the numbers, most of it favoring Rising Sun Esports SCA.
Yeah, and just a little bit of a note as well to our audience at home that these statistics are collected from games that have been streamed live. It doesn't count all of the matches across the season here, so it may be skewed in a certain direction, but I guess it's a good enough metric to really get a sense of where these teams stand. So at least as far as we've seen on stream here, Rising Sun Esports seem to have like the better stats here, but given like the estimation that their potential opponent, which is Crazy Raccoon, has given to Brighton here, I think you can't really count them out despite having the lower numbers in the set here.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that, you know, Crazy Raccoon just now mentioned was how Brighton plays together as a team, right? When they really get that chemistry going in the game, when they're really feeling good, that's where they become a big, big threat. And one thing that we have noticed, at least throughout the Open Finals for SCA Brawl Star teams, is we're a bit more technical, right? When it comes to the mechanical part, we might not be as individually skilled as some of the Japanese counterpart, but we're very calculative, and that's what Team Flash did to overcome Madrid last week. We see Rising Sun Esports can also demonstrate kind of the same composure that we have seen from their brethren.
Exactly, and I think like that team synergy is a lot more important in the game like Brawl Stars compared to a lot of other esports, because you know there's no like there's no round structure when it comes to this. Like literally the first round you have to either win it or you lose it, you know.
Yeah.
And that already puts you either at an advantage or disadvantage depending on how you do it. But again, when you look at the way some of these high level Japanese teams play, like even Crazy Raccoons themselves, you know, they communicate very well with each other. They know exactly when to push, when to hold back, and when to time their attacks, especially once the supers are up. And I think that team synergy is more prioritized here compared to just having, for example, one single star player to kind of carry the rest of the team, because I don't think that necessarily work in a game like Brawl Stars.
Yeah, it's a team game, right? At the end of the day, you need everyone to be on the same page. And I want to see if you guys are on the same page with that prediction in the Twitch chat. We're going to bring up right now the live poll. And so far, Rising Sun Esports getting majority of the crowd favor, so we're going against the tide a little bit. Crazy Raccoon thinks that they will take on Brighton later on, but I think Twitch chat says otherwise. But the one thing that's going to remain a constant is that Crazy Raccoon will 100% be watching this series to prep for whoever comes up next. So this is just the beginning for these two teams, right? They have a long, long journey ahead of them for today, and it all gets decided within a potential 1 or 2 series. Let's take a look at this one, though. So far, on broadcast win rate for Pit Stop on Heist, Rising Sun Esports, they've won, I believe, 2 out of the 3 series that they played. Brighton hasn't played this map on broadcast, so that's 0%. Take it with a pinch of salt. But afterwards, we have Canal Grande, we have Crystal Arcade, Ring of Fire, and if we go the distance, we go to Go Arm Gouge.
Wow, I mean, with the map set up like this, you know, like both Pit Stop and Crystal Arcade, I feel are both like toss-up maps, honestly, because heists can be won very quickly once you already gain the momentum early on, and Crystal Arcade, given like the way gem spawning rounds you typically play out, it can sometimes be a very difficult sort of like a game, even if you have the advantage in your draft. So yeah, I would be very curious to see how both of these teams will take on Pit Stop here, because if they lose out this one very early on, it's going to be very hard for them to come to a round that will be a lot more skill-based, you know, like for example on Golem Gulch, where that's bounty, where there is going to be a knockout round. That's going to be one that I think will be much more preferred, I think, from the teams from a competitive standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Rising Sun SCA, when we did the Open Finals, as we go into the picks and bans in just a bit, remember when we did Open Finals and we saw Rising Sun SCA, I don't exactly remember the team that they went up against, but I know that on one of the high series that they played, they were the one who ran Sam, who ran Boo, who just kind of just bulldogs onto the save and took it and kind of speed ran the round. I think that's something that coming into the challenge group stage has changed a bit, and I think Team Flash also talked about it. Wiggins-Pool, the coach, mentioned how it's just more dynamics when it comes to drafting, right? You have more freedom in what you want to pick, and it really showed last week when we compared the Japanese team and the SCA teams. The draft that the JP teams normally go for, it's completely the opposite of what SCA teams prefer. Maybe for this series, it's going to be the same.
Yeah, and it's a good point as well. We're bringing up the drafting system because this system hasn't really been in place in competitive Brawl Stars until like very recently. So I think that this is a bit of an adjustment some teams had to make in order to adapt to this new style of meta here, which also, you know, and you see typically in any other kind of esport where, you know, you have draft picking going on, that sometimes the games can be won just on the draft itself. And to your point about like the kind of strategy that that won the game ultimately was really one of like attrition, because like they had a draft that was so good at just being in your face, being so aggressive and getting onto that safe as quickly as possible, made it very hard for the other team who had a lineup that's more for like a control style, or rather like they want to kind of like control the map a lot more. Didn't really work out for them because like they could just penetrate and pierce right through and deal so much damage to the safe.
Yeah, and I think just I know, just to echo what Wiggins-Pool say, I 100% agree. I think we have come a long way in terms of the meta and the composition. Back then, it was very restricted, right? We have, you know, just very thrower-centric, and we see all these bands. It's always Piper, Brock, it's all these long-range marksmen. But right now, it is so wide open that we can have the 6 bans, but it doesn't heavily affect what the teams want to go for as compared to back then. And you can see right now only, well, the M's and the Otis are a constant, which is a bit of a surprise compared to what we've seen so far. But on the side of Brighton, you see the Barley ban, and for Rising Sun SCA, it's the Nita. Something that I think has been shown a couple of times in the game of Heist, where you have that 4th member, which is the Bear. But we've seen this before, the El Primo for Rising Sun SCA. I think Brighton would have seen this coming.
Yeah, I mean, we know that they would love to use him in a very, very aggressive capacity, and El Primo is one of the perfect kind of brawlers for this, because not only does his skill set allow him to get to where he needs to very rapidly, but because he's a tank, he can kind of negate a lot of damage brought to him if it's not concentrated specifically. Now, I wonder whether or not Rising Sun Esports would be going for a secondary tank. Bull would be picked up here, though, for this for the Brighton side. So that's pretty much a reaction, I was supposed, to the El Primo pick here, because the best way to deal with a tank is to bring a better tank onto the field.
Yeah, and I just love how the response from Brighton, you go for that Bull, which is also a brawler that Rising Sun SCA has gone for before. Again, I think, you know, these two teams are no strangers, but to see this direct response from Brighton is also very, very refreshing, because last time in that open finals, you know, most teams, they just completely ignore these very heavy frontline heavy compositions from Rising Sun SCA, right? They go with what they are very comfortable with, you know, the Piper, the Brock again with the Incendiary, all these long range marksmen. We even saw the 8-bit from, I believe, Madrid last week against WWW, but there is a toss-up, right? They bring in the Max, so you not only have this incredibly bulky frontliner that can destroy the El Primo, you also make him faster with the Max.
Yeah, and I think we also got Daryl as well as Spike being picked up here to round up the lineup here for Rising Sun in Southeast Asia. And I can already tell this is a very, very aggressive kind of strategy here. Now, I think the Spike will likely play in the more supporting kind of role here, and the Daryl will certainly be looking for those opportunities to charge onto the safe there. So he will be a major, major threat for the Brighton to be able to, that Brighton will want to focus on during the match here. But if they can successfully neutralize him, what do they have really for attack? Because I don't think Spike will be that conducive to be on the front line. Oh, BB will be picked up here to round things up for Brighton here, though, so that might be a good response.
Yeah, and the one thing that I think Rising Sun STA does like a bit is just kind of those long-range damage, right? Spike isn't necessarily the best. It's very clear that these two teams have that last pick as kind of your zone control. You have Spike with the super, very, very annoying for the Boo to just walk right through. BB also doesn't really like it, but BB at the same time can swat away both, you know, the El Primo, you know, from Rising Sun SCA and the Daryl from well, is it the Daryl?
Oh yeah, Daryl.
Daryl, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, from Rising Sun SCA. So overall, it's kind of the same archetype from both teams, but this is the first time we see these kind of lineup from Brighton. I want to see how much has this practice been effective for them, because Rising Sun SCA, both teams snuck someone through. Is this going to be a speed run?
Whoa, the way he took out CZK straight away.
Okay.
And now Hull just pounding onto the save right now, but it's a bit of a race as well.
Who's
because I think
faster?
the member of Rising Sun is also doing the save on the other side, but they don't have enough
Rising
members.
Sun is faster?
is going to be able to clear it out.
They're faster?
But they still have the two members continuing on the save. So, wow, that game with Chicken didn't quite work out here, I think, for Brighton.
I mean, they lost CZK, but it's completely fine. This Spike respawns. He has 3 targets that he can do damage to with that invulnerability window. Instantly gets his super, drops it on top of Brighton, and just whistles around. I mean, I say it's a toss-up, but honestly, this could be the fastest set one we ever had.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be about the moment one of those get picked off, it's going to be a
They're
snowball.
gonna do
But
it
look at the
again.
bull! Look at the bull! He's just running right past now, getting onto the save, trying to put them under pressure while they're continuing to try to fight. Troy is still trying to fight on the front line here. Now, Matt Spawn's going to try to get
They don't have time.
Arrow time. Buzz taking him out. CZK now is trying its very best to keep them at bay, but it continuing.
They don't have time.
They're still pounding the save down there. I can see, yes, Bear getting onto the save right now, trying to do as much damage as he can. And right now, Brighton is in trouble. They don't really have a lot of help on the save left. And CZK and Troy are now back to keep them sieged.
Oh, and CDK snipes Arotan mid-charge as well. This is done. Set 1 basically in under a minute for Rising Sun STA. We talked about how the archetype is almost the same, but when you put Bull and El Primo in front of the save, El Primo does a tad more damage, with that melee compared to Bull with that pump shotgun, right? So overall, El Primo slightly better if we just compare it side by side. And I would say CDK, the spike, just an awesome last pick. I thought BB would have the same effect overall, but I think Brighton just committed fully, even sending the BB forward. But when you look at, in terms of consistent, constant damage on the save, BB is one of the worst ones because you don't really you have burst, but you don't have consistent damage, which is what Brighton needed. I mean, overall, this is what an explosive start.
And shout out as well for ZZK's defense in that first round there, because again he was the first one to get taken down from Brighton's side, and he respawned back and was able to take down Arutan as well as Philorian. So that actually allowed them, delayed them long enough to allow the rest of his team to actually finish off the save there, and that was crucial because it's all that only 14% away from losing that first round. But by the second round there, Rising Sun Esports wasted no time at all to just keep the pressure going onto Brighton's side here, and that just made it so hard for them to come back even after that first encounter.
Yeah, again, the BB, when she's put in that position, it's kind of a feels bad moment, right? Because you just can't really do damage. You're not the best at bomb rushing down the save, but the whole purpose is the whole kit of BB is being able to swat someone away. But if you are focusing on the save, you kind of take away the value that, at least what I thought, is going to be utilized in the highest round. But that's done and dusted. We're going to Bounty next. Both teams having a 100% win rate on broadcast. Now the bans are a bit more diverse.
Yeah, a lot more diverse. You got the Sprout being banned out here from Brighton's side, and that's a good call as well, because especially around that blue star, it's going to be a hot contention point here because it's the only connector between the left hand and the right hand side of the map, and the Sprout can easily block people up. And conversely, you also see the Jean as well as the Eve being banned out here. Jean, very potent when it comes to dragging people across from the canal there, and he certainly has range to do so. And the Eve, obviously being able to go over the water, can be a bit of a liability if you allow that to be picked by the other side.
Yeah, we see the Penny first picked by Brighton. I think this map, Canal Grande, was also played last week between, was it? I believe it was Team Flash against Madrid as well. So this is definitely not the first time we see it in the map pool. And I think for this one, Rising Sun SCA, we have a couple of options, right? I think Car has been one of the few brawlers that showed itself pretty frequently in the Open Finals. And there it is, Carl for Rising Sun SCA. No surprise right there.
Yeah, seeing how potent the Carl can be on this map here, so I'd like to see what Rising Sun will be able to do it with him in his hands, and they will also get the OT's pick as well, given that they will have 2 brawler picks in a row. So that, I think, is a pretty solid a couple of picks already for Rising Sun Southeast Asia.
I wonder if Brighton would go for the Surge. Not sure if it fits well with the Penny. I guess it's still not the worst. They have 2 more picks. Surge has also been a brawler that showed itself every now and then on certain maps. I think Brawl, it was picked on Brawl, it was also picked on Canal Grande on Bounty. I think like Tick was also picked, but I don't think it would show in this series in particular because of how these two teams function. Throwers, Tick at least not really on their list. The M's though would be.
Yep, Ems will be picked up, and she will be very good for that zone control, and especially if they station here at that choke points that are plentiful on this map here, she could potentially deny them the ability to hop between both sides on the map. So that's going to be a very important pick right now for Brighton to make up for the fact that they wouldn't be able to use any of the typical throwers you use with that zone control thing, like the Tick as well as the Barley here.
Gonna be headed for Brighton, right? I think.
Yeah.
I mean, set 1 ended so fast, I don't think you have any time to really like think too much. Again, when you have a set end in under a minute, I don't think we've ever seen this. Not this fast, at least. This is the fastest set that has concluded by a single team, and it happened on the challenge stage again, right? This is a fight to get into like the lower bracket finals per se, to take on Crazy Raccoon. It's jaw dropping how it turned out. Stu for Brighton to close out the draft. You have the Max as a kind of as a response for Rising Sun SCA.
And that would be just as well. I mean, the Stu in the past was quite overpowered, but in these days, you kind of see him being used, you know, in the hands of a very highly mechanically skilled player. He can dodge a lot of the attacks very, very easily. Now, the Max would be mostly picked here for the range that he can provide, as well as the amount of damage it can deal reliably here. And it's been quite a standard pick here. I think they're going to be banking a lot on getting the Carl to be able to get his super up as quickly as possible, and then using the momentum off of his usage of that super in order to try to get those kills done.
And Troy just faster on the Carl. I believe he did use one of those gadgets to just get that ground early on. So you have that blue bounty on the side of Rising Sun Esports SCA. Brighton trying to pincer from the right side, but this is not a comfortable position to be in. You have so much capabilities for Rising Sun Esports to just counter attack, and Arotan is not really able to find all these positions to work with. They will try to brute force their way through, but they end up trading 2 for 1. Rising Sun Esports SCA just off to a great start.
Yeah, I know. I think Pelorian's speed zone just got cancelled as soon as he tried to put the second one down. It got destroyed. So that's going to put them at a bit of a disadvantage. And now Rising Sun uses that to take out Arotan here. Now Pelorian as well as Mai is going to be on here. He's going to be able to put the speed zone down. It's going to allow him to get some speed boost, but unfortunately gets cancelled out. He's already very, very low, forcing the Ems now to attack. He does take down Bear Bear just in the nick of time.
Yeah, Bear Bear Shield almost keeping him alive, but Rising Sun SCA is still having a massive lead. They're trying to go for the pincer, ends up losing the Stu. Troy is still alive. Again, the gadget gets him out of danger. And while that was happening, CZK, he's just going to take out room. And Brighton, you push on forward, but these trades, they're not going to favor Brighton in the long run. They still need 8 more stars, and only half a minute left for them to do so.
Yeah, and this is going from bad to worse now, especially once Arotan gets himself caught out in the middle here. So that's another more stars going on to Rising Sun. Another kill as well into Malpon senses M, and that's going to further add to their woes right now. 12-point difference, 18 seconds left. It's going to be so hard for them unless they can kick up one of the big killers here. But unfortunately, Arotan gets kicked out another time again. So does Pelorian. More stars be donated to Rising Sun's cause, and I think it might just be over with 5 seconds to go.
A complete shutdown in this round 1. We said it was going to be close, but so far it seems like Rising Sun Esports SCA has been very, very prepared to take on Brighton. All of these drafts, not just draft and how they approach these early rounds, have been phenomenal. Coming into game 2, I think we can expect almost the same movements from Rising Sun themselves. Again, Troy, he's always going to get to that blue star first thanks to the gadget proc. And Brighton, what happened last time was that they had 2 members on the right side. Now they relegate, they switch it up, 2 on the left. But Troy, this time, not that lucky. He's going to go down, but Rising Sun still trace back.
That's a good trade as well. Run Aradan onto the last the M's there. Now Troy is going to come back in again.
Woo!
Does get a kill onto Aradan here, so finally gets a sweet revenge. Now the Stu is still up with M's. This pairing here seems to be very potent because not only the speed zone is going to offer them a lot of maneuverability, but the M's is very good at the area control because of the spread that her weapon is able to do. Aradan picks up another kill on the Carl once again, and it seems like that for now, Brighton is having a decent lead.
Yeah, if Brighton can control a zone like this, then it will be a bit hard for Rising Sun Esports to kind of break right through. You keep the speed zone alive, you have the M's to really control the brushes, you have the Penny Cannon constantly just bombarding the members of Rising Sun. And that is what you want to look for as Brighton. Taking the lead with 6-star advantage. Rising Sun Esports, it's going to be a bit hard to cut right through, but Brighton needs to be very aware that you don't want to get picked off at this point. Rising Sun Esports still has a chance to come right back. You know, Troy has the super ready, and there's still plenty of time for him to do so. You can see as the speed zone goes down, Rising Sun Esports now kind of hustling to get the space back.
Oh, they couldn't quite punish Troy right there, and Bear gets the kill into the M's anyway, so this is getting a little bit bad right now. But right there, because it's starting to lose a bit of that map advantage now until the M's finally comes out, but then had to put the speed zone very defensively there, and that's going to make it a bit hard for the M's to actually do her job because it's only that single brush she can use for cover, whereas earlier on she was able to use the entire bush there up in the middle of the map to use. And
they got
they got a kill onto Aradan, so now they're 1 star ahead. Now the blue star is not going to count there to end the difference here. And with 3 seconds to go, to get yet another kill onto the M's, and Rising Sun, back from the break, actually wins out this whole map.
Second set already in the bag for Rising Sun Esports SCA. Troy, big performance on the Carl. Last second, sees the opportunity. The isolated Arotan uses the gadget, goes over to the other side of the map, picks him off. 10 seconds before the round ends. And what did I say, Victor? You can't get picked off if you're Brighton. You need to be able to play together. But I think the one thing that they will worry about after losing the brush was that there's not much cover, right? Someone needs to control that right side. They decided to put Arotan to do the job, and he just became, you know, food for Rising Sun Esports.
Yeah, and you know, comparing to like what they did in that first round of the set, you know, they weren't able to eliminate the Stu quite early on, so they weren't able to have a good of a presence as they needed in that middle of the map there. That's why they faltered so hard in that first round. Now, the comeback in the second round was because they were finally able to get good control over the brush in the middle there, and Malpon's able to actually do his work. But once you did get out of that position there, you can see that the M's actually became a bit of a liability. You know, they didn't really, those elements of surprise is no longer there. And you know, they can easily pick her up because they have slightly better range compared to the M's. So this was kind of like a bit of a shocker really to see here, because now Brighton has lost 2 sets in a row now, and if they lose the third one, that's going to be a straight sailing towards a matchup with Crazy Raccoon here from Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and so far it has been a very straight run, honestly. This one is going to be interesting. Both teams have not won a single game on Crystal Arcade. At least a set, not a single game, a set on Crystal Arcade. So this is going to change right now. One of them will at least add a bit more numbers to that win percentage.
Yeah, and you know, with four indestructible walls being set up around that gem spawner, it's going to be a lot harder, you know, compared to other kind of gem spawner maps here, in order to try to gain control over that central area of the map. Now let's go into this next draft here to see what kind of bans are going to be applied at this round here. So we got Otis, Jenny, as well as the projector guy, as well then we got Gene, Ruffs, as well as Poco being banned out for Rising Sun Southeast Asia. Yet to see what picks are going to be coming out from this end, but gem grab rounds typically are like quite hard actually to fight over, because for one, like you need to have someone constantly taking control over the gem spawning area, even while you have your other teammates fighting in the front lines here. So you need to have good coordination. You need to have a good shot calling really to know which side get pressure on and how you want to relieve that pressure. Nevertheless, it seems that Brighton is going back to under the penny one more time. And I think Arotan has had some decent success with that brawler in that last round, but it didn't seem to be able to make the difference though when it comes down to it in that bounty round.
And we get to see that penny opener for Brighton, Rising Sun with that max, very common opening. The Stu is still available. It's something that Brighton did take But for Rising Sun, again, the Carl has been a staple for this team. When you compare Rising Sun to Team Flash, it is a completely different approach to the game, which I find very, very interesting. With such a big difference as well, considering that they are both from the same region, and at some point these veterans have played with one another on the side of Rising Sun. Obviously, you have CTK. So the Carl, once more, has been a problem that I think Brighton has struggled to deal with. One of the problems is that Troy in particular is so mobile on the Carl. And the way he just uses the gadget is incredible, right? That's barring the super. Brighton bringing in the Sandy into Crystal Arcade, a brawler that we haven't seen in ages.
Haven't seen much actually as well when it comes to gem grab, but I could see the utility that she will be able to bring, especially if she has Sandstorm available. So that means they could use that both like in offensive capacity, like just instantly grasp control over the gem spawner immediately, and with the pro pick as well. I think that's kind of what they have in mind here. You know, use the Sandstorm in order to disguise their movements, as not rather disguise their movements, but rather to disguise their positioning when they decide to go on an attack. And that hopefully will be able to try to mess up sort of like Rising Sun Esports and ensure that
we see that Ash, at this point, if you have followed the Open Finals, if you have followed Rising Sun SCA, you know that kind of being up close and personal is their specialty. They love these kind of competitions. They love it when their opponents want to, you know, challenge them up front. This Ash has always been a deadly pick, even in Open Finals. You remember we saw a couple of Ash games. I believe one of them came from Rising Sun. Let's see, this is the last set, potentially the last one for Brighton. And if they lose this one, they are out of the Challenge Group stage. It's a scary, scary thought. Top 4 is going to be determined by potentially one last round. ZZK, absolutely fearless. Actually heals out the gadget, keeping him topped up just for a bit. Does end up going down. They trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, that Ash has no business being alive that long though, but then still trying to get control over that gem spawner. Now, unfortunately, looks like Sandy's going to be forced all the way back. The Carl's now going to get jumped on, and Troy, unfortunately, was still able to stay alive only just briefly, but Bear falls instead, so there's no way he's going to be able to get out. That CTK just makes a break for it, actually gets a kill to Pilorian before getting traded out.
Yeah, the poison from the Crow is going to start becoming a bit of a minor issue. I believe Rising Sun, they taked out with the gems in hand thanks to the poison. CZK finding one, but he's gonna take down to Pilorian again. This Crow rearing a bit of that fangs. 7 gems so far, actually 9 for Brighton. Rising Sun struggling just a bit. I think this Crow is an awesome pick because all these damage over time is preventing a brawler like Ash from keeping that passive while recovering health. It is just not possible when you're up against a Crow like this.
And combine that as well with like Sandy putting out her Sandstorm, making it hard for Rising Sun whenever they try to push out, because Sandy can just use it defensively and then they can just easily pick them apart. Now CZK though was able to take out Maul Spawns that time. Now tries to aim for Arathon, doesn't quite finish him off though, and is forced to back off in just in time.
Yeah, Rising Sun almost got the reset. Actually does at the last second, but now it's going to be a bit harder. All of the gems on Arathon. Rising Sun Esports, I don't think they have any super left. Arathon is going to be a tough target. The respawn's just a bit too far. And Brighton finally getting the first round on the board. If only Troy had a super right now, but it's not enough. 11 gems for Brighton. To finally secure the first round in this series.
Wow, like you said, the Crow pick is so impactful here for Brighton, because essentially it means that whenever Rising Sun goes on an attack, they're running on a timer there. Just a timer based on how long it can stay alive, because the poison is so painful, and especially without the damage that Brighton is able to do on them. It just constantly means that CK is always below that 1,000 health line by the time he manages to even just get 1 kill.
Yeah, and being an Ash is extremely tough, right? Because you want to be able to get your health back just so you can keep that passive going. But if you can't get that health back, it becomes a big problem. Pilorian trying to push the envelope just a bit. Troy already took care of Sandy on the side. Rising Sun Esports getting a lot more space as Bebe brings that gem count to 5.
Yep, CZK only having 1 tier, now it's like 2 tiers on his defense here. But the poison, look at that, just constantly burning him down, preventing him from being able to just maneuver around. Eventually he succumbs to Aratan's hand, and Troy in the meantime does take another Sandy though. So at least it's 2 for 2, but for now, Rising Sun still has a lot of gems in their hands thanks to the efforts of the Max here.
Troy will get some respite, get his health back. CZK able to go for a pincer to Pelorian. This Crow does have the super, holding it on for as fast as possible. And now Brighton making it a bit more messy with that Sandy Sandstorm. Pelorian ends up going down, but Aratan was able to sneak away a couple of gems in the meantime. So keeping it close with Rising Sun and even pressuring Bebe towards the end. This Max needs some time to recover health.
And here's the thing, is like as long as Crow is still able to trade one-on-one with that Ashe here, it's still going to be ending up a net benefit either way, because still that means that CZK is out of commission. He's not going to be able to help them out in any way, shape, or form. Pelorian continuing to harass him, and Aratan is able to get a kill this time. Now 8 gems in their hands right now. Finally, Brighton has the lead in that regard here, and they have control over the gem spawn. Another Sandstorm going to be brought out here as Bear and CZK attempted to attack, but they could not find Aratan just in time. They do find Malpons though. Now finally spotted Aratan, but CZK doesn't quite have any more points here in his defense, and now will get taken out by Aratan with one well-played shot.
Yeah, Troy isn't the one that you really want to have to be holding the gem, because he wants to be up close and personal. 11 for Brighton. Once more Aratan is the target. The Penny Cannon has been such a big nuisance. CZK do have enough left in the tank. They've already taken down 2. There is a chance they go for this reset. 3 more seconds. Aratan gotta stay alive right now. 2, 1. Breaks the chain. But they can still get the gems back though. It's right in front of spawn. CZK not able to do it a second time, and Troy has ran out of health as well. Rising Sun Esports finally getting rid of Troy, getting the gems back, restarting that countdown, and should be able to grab the first set in the series.
Oh, finally Brighton has one going their way here. Now just a little bit longer here, but Aratan was able to dodge a lot of that damage towards the end there. So well done, Brighton. Finally able to take a set for themselves. We're going to be going to game number 4.
And Rising Sun SCA just going straight for the brute force method. And realistically, probably the only way that they can kind of trade these knockouts, especially when you are running short on range, and Brighton this time is just so much more aware of what Rising Sun wants to bring to the table, right? The Ashe was the last pick, but unfortunately it just didn't work out because Brighton already had a composition that can deal with it.
Yeah, I think they didn't really anticipate how strong the Crows like poison was going to have an effect on their own lineup here. I mean, CZK, you know, again, when we play Ashe, you had to be very aggressive, you had to be up in the face, and that actually worked out in Pelorian's favor here, because with the poison being able to prevent CZK from getting any revives or any heals, as long as that Aratan can, as long as Pelorian can continuously keep CZK harassed, CZK's effectiveness becomes less and less over time, and the fact that they've been able to trade not once, but I think 2 or 3 times throughout this entire matchup here shows that like they were intentionally going for that sort of strategy here, just making sure that CZK becomes less effective overall in that lineup.
And now we go to Ring of Fire for set number 4. There is still chance for Brighton to turn this around, right? They are one of the teams that really loves the Penny, and this is one of the maps that I think Penny is also pretty decent. You only have one hot zone in the middle. The cannon so far with the lingering fire damage has been a big problem for Rising Sun, who wants to play all these very beefy meat shields. They are susceptible to the cannon as well.
Yeah, cannon placement is going to be of utmost importance here, and the body of water that the corner, that L-shaped like wall there presents like a very juicy place to place a penny turret. But I feel that if you do that anyway, it's going to be immediately targeted by the other side. Now what I really love to know though is like what exactly how many rounds did Brighton actually play here, because I suspect the 100% might be just from one encounter we did with this map here in this competition so far. So they might have just won one, whereas like Rising Sun has played 3 but only won one of those matches here, it seems like.
Again, Brighton having that first initiative, or at least on that blue side. Again, the bans is going to be very crucial so far. I think, you know, after match set 1 and 2, Brighton will have already warmed out a bit. You can see the cohesion in what they wanted to go for. and the bans as well has been very unique, right? In this case, Brighton, they just forgo 2 of the bans.
That's interesting. I'm not sure whether there's an error right now with the drafting system here, or is that really what happened here?
Oh, there
but
it is.
Okay, yeah, sorry, it's just a slight glitch in the system, as it were, right now. But what I find interesting for Rising Sun Southeast Asia is that they respect ban the Crow in this one here. So wow, they're just really not taking any chances, are they?
Yeah, Crow, a Penny banned by both sides. Colonel Ruffs, which is a brawler that I was thinking of as well, banned by Brighton. But they also banned RT, one of the latest brawlers introduced into the game. So very interesting. Max and Poco opening for Brighton, and Rising Sun SCA going for the Mag. And I think it's also good, right? To a certain extent, it acts like a Janet, where you have, kind of you have the ability to prolong your presence on the hot zone with the Mag, itself. They even bring in a brawler that we don't see often.
Yeah. With the Meg pick specifically, I've seen that a lot of times, especially in the hot zone here, and the fact that she effectively has 2 lives. Yeah, she's kind of used in the same capacity as the Jenny as well to maintain presence on the hot zone, which is going to be quite important this game here. So it looks like a Squeak as well as the Lola will be picked up here by Brighton as well as Rising Sun Southeast Asia respectively here. So now going to that final preparation. I think the fact that they have a Poco here is very much to counteract what the Meg could do in this competition here. Because if they can just take out her tank as quickly as possible, then they only have the Meg herself to deal with, and she doesn't really have a lot of health, so even the Max can just take it out quite easily. But now that you have the Squeak also picked out here, they want to make sure that Rising Sun Esports cannot group up too easily here, and especially in a hot zone map like this could be very critical here, because that means it can easily divide and conquer them should they still be on the hot zone itself.
Yeah, I wonder how this Lu is going to fare into this composition, because if you can get those frost stacks up, then it would really give you a good edge. But you have the Squeak on the other end. These zone controls from Rising Sun Esports is going to be a bit of a minor problem, but this Lu CTK able to throw that super, and that's where you have this massive zone control, especially when you have the hot zone in your favor. And so far it is the case. Troy outlasting Arotan as well. All these health pools from the side of Rising Sun SCA just a bit bulkier, and now with CTK taking control of the left side, and them also being able to keep, I believe, Bear alive. Now the Rising Sun Esports just walk up, get these knockouts, and continue to stack on progress on that hot zone.
Yeah, the main thing that we're doing right now is that once they have the lead here, is just trying to do that zone control. But Brighton's actually done well to try to keep the rest of Rising Sun Esports pushed back. Now the Meg has gotten the mech back again, so now she's going to try to make the push here. But look at the amount of damage she's already taken right out of the bat. Now she loses the mech completely, and now the Squeak is trying to aim her down, but Bubble Shield keeping her alive long enough to stay on the hot zone. Now they're up 50%.
And again, the Lu super is very deadly. You can see that Brighton instantly switches their focus, get rid of the Lu. Now we have a bit more room to breathe. They trade 2 for 1. Rising Sun Esports getting pushed back a bit by Brighton. And see that one pickoff making so much difference, but they need to keep this Max in the game.
Yeah, it's quite important to have that Poco in front there. So that's why they're focusing him out of the way here, because he was otherwise just kind of like forcing them onto damage as soon as they get through those 2 walls. Now they have a bit of a slurry being put out onto the hot zone itself as they try to take down both Malphons and the Pilorian, the only 2 mainers of
the Meg is
here.
back.
The Meg is back again, trying to do some damage, but still not able to push Pilorian quite off here. He's able to dodge a lot of it, and Aratan able to come in just in time to try to break up this lineup here. Now gets a good sticky onto Troy. I think that's going to be him taken down now.
This mech needs to stay on the hot zone for as long as possible, but Brighton has already pushed Bear away. Now with the mech going down and the mech gone, this Lu super will not be able to save Rising Sun Esports in this match 1. Brighton barely outlasting. All started with the Max taking down the Lu, and instantly they make that progress, came right back in the end.
Wow, I just saw Aradan do 2 back-to-back stakes there, and that's on both members of Rising Sun Esports who were extremely low at that point. So he knew that as long as he get that stick done there, that will be the end of them. And he's done that repeatedly to the Lola here, and finally also gets one onto the Lu as well. So this is actually turning out to be quite a strong showing here from Brighton. Pillory Pilorian obviously needs to try to make sure he can keep that Lu suppressed as much as possible because CZK is becoming a bit of a thorn on his side.
And he has been doing a fantastic job, right? You go back, CZK is harder to hit Pilorian. Max is just so much more mobile, but they did lose the Poco early on. Right, some esports now being able to get onto that hot zone just a little bit. CZK finding time to heal back up. Pilorian, so far, he's doing a fantastic job. CZK gets rid of him, but Brighton still maintains control of the hot zone.
Yeah, Aratan's still trying to get a sticky there, and it's kind of a bit of a problem now because you can see Troy just shadowing Bear the whole time there and just trying to avoid getting those stickies. Now they just gang up into Aratan, but Aratan does take out the Lila first. Now, fortunately, the shield's going to try to keep Meg alive, but she has to back off now because she doesn't have the Meg in hand here, and it's going to concede a bit of control now to Brighton. But nevertheless, they've already done up to 41% of capture in the hot zone here, so now they just need to try to get that control over the zone back.
CZK finally cutting right through. Now the bit of pressure comes out from Rising Sun SCA. Lu doesn't necessarily have the most damage. It's, mainly just the utility, but so far, Rising Sun hasn't been able to effectively follow out with the super when it's laid down. You can see that every time Brighton walks out, Rising Sun Esports instantly concedes that hot zone. Lu not the best in these kind of situations, right? You want to be able to be in control, and the super's not really delivering the value that I think Rising Sun would have wanted, but at least they do have the map control, and CZK has been able to put on pressure on the flank, but he has to be able to stay up as soon as possible, as long as possible, and that's not the case.
Pilorian down to 300, almost lost that duel one-on-one with CZK's Lu, but now he's able to get his heals back up while Malpons continues to try to take one for the team here by staying on the zone before the Ice Slurry comes out, and now they can try to focus onto the Pilorian over here because there's no chance of that Poco continuing that capture here. Now the mech is back up from Bear, and that's going to allow them to get onto the site quickly because they want to try to retake the lead here on the hot zone. CZK continuing to try to keep Pilorian suppressed, but then good heal there coming up from Poco, allowing Pilorian to get the upper hand.
Small increments of progress for Brighton. One last push. Might just be all it takes. They have staggered the respawns. CZK can't get rid of Malpons. He queues up in time. Cavalry has arrived. All Brighton needs to do is to get onto the hot zone. Rising Sun Esports, you need to be able to fight and stand your ground. So far, doing a fantastic job taking the lead. Just get back onto the hot zone, people. At the last leg, pulls through. We're going for match 3.
Yes, we are. That came down to the wire. I think it was only like 2 percentage points separating the two before Rising Sun actually got the 100%. So, my goodness, looks like it's going to be down to the wire now in this round here. Remember, if Brighton doesn't win this one here, Rising Sun will be the ones proceeding on to fight Crazy Raccoon. So, for Brighton, this is a fight for survival. For Rising Sun, this is the fight to make sure they don't have to play yet another game.
Yeah, the last one is knockout, right? That's going to be even deadlier. Pilorian straight towards the back, get rid of the mech. Does get traded back by Troy, but once again, the progress that Brighton has achieved is so much. Malpon is healing up on this Poco. It's given his team a very strong lead, 26%, and CZK struggling to get onto the hot zone. Even gets taken out in the process. Rising Sun Esports cannot catch a break.
That all here, and with Pilorian under the support here from the Poco is allowing him to absorb those damage without too much consequence here. That's how he's keeping CZK and Bear at bay, especially now that the mech is back up now. Bear finally is going to try to make an attack, but they already took out CZK, so they still have to wait a little bit before they can actually get good control. Now Troy is still going to try to go alongside here, does take out Malpons, tries and forces Pilorian off of the map here now. Aratan now going to be ganked up upon here with Bear having the shield in hand. Still not able to save himself though as Aratan gets a good sticky onto him.
They keep trading like this, but it's always good news for Brighton if you are trading even. Rising Sun finally gets onto the hot zone, but look at that. Aratan pushing them away. It's so much harder for Rising Sun to stack progress. Malpons once more having the super on this Poco. Rising Sun Esports needs to stay on the hot zone as much as they can. Brighton can just walk in and get these small increments of progress and eventually win kind of the endurance run. Bear fully committing alongside CZK. Get rid of Malpons. Bear will lose that mech, but he's full health on this mech and he'll be able to get the mechs out of the way as well. Rising Sun Esports once more playing from behind but able to catch up.
Yep, and now they've already overtaken a lead here as a Brighton, despite the best efforts early on, now going to have to fight even harder for their chance to survive this round here. But ganging up on the Pilorian there, the Meg actually is able to take him out just in the nick of time here, but he only has 600 health left, not much time left in the back here. He needs to be able to get onto the kill here, and he needs to stay on the zone as well. The problem is keeping him alive just long enough to allow Rising Sun Esports to take this 4th set.
And with this, Rising Sun Esports SCA will advance to the next one. Crazy Raccoon shattering their predictions. They thought that Brighton would be who they faced, but gotta take on the second team from SEA. Again, the furthest any SEA team has gotten, right? Before the Challenge Finals, Team Flash was the first one to plant the SEA flag, SEA emblem in the top 4. Rising Sun Esports have the intention to join them. But if this is what we got between them and Brighton, they have a long way to go. Crazy Raccoon is another beast of his own.
Indeed, yes. But then, when I think about like how Rising Sun Esports approached this whole matchup overall here, I mean, winning that first set in such record time was so important for them, because I think that may have put a bit of a shock into Brighton as well, because they probably didn't expect Rising Sun to be able to beat them that handily here. And I think that had a lingering effect going into the next 2 sets here, because it seemed like Brighton was always wary about what Rising Sun would do, so they kind of held back a little bit, but that ended up to be a detriment for them as well, because even though they were fighting quite well, but Rising Sun was still winning those objectives, actually doing a lot better in getting those kills here compared to Brighton overall. So I guess Brighton kind of dropped the ball here, but at the same time, I think a lot of these champion squads might just be underestimating Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia here, because look at the way they managed to win this out. Even though they didn't come out of it unscathed, but I think they look a lot stronger than many people are probably giving them credit for.
Yeah, and Twitch chat prediction again prevailing. More support for Rising Sun, and they repaid that with a potential top 4 finish. They still got one more series to go. That one is the final boss, but we really have to commend Rising Sun for the recovery in that last round. They were, I believe, 40% behind Brighton, and they recovered just fine towards the end.
I think a lot of that has to be the way CCK is playing the Lu. While he wasn't as effective, especially being able to use the supers, but at least he was keeping Pilorian very occupied here and allowing Meg to have the space to keep just do her job. The job essentially is just stay on that hot zone, get her mechs up as quickly as possible, and she's been doing that over and over again, very, very consistently doing those run-ups here in this 4th set. But I digress though. Congratulations to Rising Sun Esports. They'll be moving on to the next round, and their reward here is going to be a confrontation against Crazy Raccoons themselves. So that's going to be really exciting here, ladies and gentlemen. None of this would have been possible without our sponsors though, so shout out to Kachi Shop, because they've been providing us great deals and steals pretty much when it comes to your top-ups for your favorite mobile games or even PC games as well. So check them out over at their website if you're looking for get a good discount as well when you get to your next recharge for your gaming experiences.
If you can't get the gems on Gem Grab, just get the good deals on Kachi Shop. You'll get the gems just fine. But this also means that we wave goodbye to Brighton. Their run ends right here in the hands of another SEA Titan. Rising Sun SEA, they have a huge series coming up. Not much time for them to reset, but we'll still give them a bit of a breathing room as we head for a break. And when we come back, Rising Sun Esports SEA takes on Crazy Raccoon.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Mm. 見たことない。わかんないんで、パスで。
Davos. Okay,
Hmm. I don't actually know, I think. Hmm. Oh, I'm gonna hit myself so hard once I realize that it's actually so obvious, but is it a heist map? You can't tell me, right? It's a dead giveaway. It's too much of a giveaway. It's not coming to mind. It's not coming to mind. I think I'll take the hit for this one. Yeah, I have no clue. They changed this map.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god, I'm gonna fail this again. It's not pit stop lah. Pit stop not like this. I pass. Can't. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah. Shit! Okay.
これはスーパービーチかな。わかんないけど、ちょっとあんま自信ない。おお。It's either Pinhole Plant or Super Stadium, and I think it is Super Stadium. Yes. Thank you. This is Super B. No. Wait. Yes. It's the top left of Super B.
Super Beach Oh. Alright.
どこだこれ。これがピットストップもしかして。Is that pit stop? Nice. Pit stop.
Oh god. Pit stop. Huh, alright.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Season 2 Challenge Group Stage. You are with us. My name is Husky. Alongside me is Victor Cax. We're going into the most important series, at least for the first half of this evening. It's going to be Rising Sun Esports SCA taking on Crazy Raccoon for the third spot into the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, that's so important because they have worked so hard over the last couple of weeks to be able to get to this stage here. Now it's going to come down to this one best of 5 to determine it all. So Crazy Raccoon had estimated that it was going to be Brighton they'll be facing off against, but what an upset. Rising Sun Esports actually rose to the challenge here and actually took them down to now be the opponents for Crazy Raccoon here. And I don't know whether they're going to be prepared for that.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, get ready for a shock of their lives. But I think I have found the secret why Rising Sun Esports SCA was able to beat Brighton is because they are supercharged with Monster Energy in their veins. Monster Energy, unleash the beast within you. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Take a swig, bleed green, supercharge yourself for all your Brawl Star games.
Yeah, and Brawl Star is certainly one of those energetic kind of games where it requires full focus for like however 2 to 5 minutes you're playing the game here. So certainly they will definitely be using a lot of bouncer for their fuel here to get themselves to that stage. But it's not just about energy; it's also going to be about skills here as we come into this matchup. So nevertheless, though, between what we saw here from Rising Sun Esports and what we've seen so far from Crazy Raccoon, do you think there's any kind of a clear advantage either these squads have?
I definitely have some idea of how it's going to be, but I first want to hear what the audience wants to say. If you guys haven't done it just yet, go to Twitch chat, use that Twitch channel points, and start casting in your predictions. So far, the team that gets more votes have won their series. We don't really care about how they win it as long as it's a W. So let us know. This time, Crazy Raccoons, I think they're gonna fight hard. So far, no one has been able to break the Twitch chat prediction curse. Maybe Crazy Raccoon can do it.
Yeah, just maybe. Because like with the lineup they have, Tampo, Moya Goku, these guys have been long-time competitors here. You know, they practically know everyone when it comes to the scene itself, which is kind of surprising to me that they, chose Brighton over Rising Sun Esports. But then again, they figured that because the old PSG team had been broken up, that that synergy is not going to be there anymore. The CZK practically has kind of like carry a new team by himself here, so they perhaps underestimated the kind of skill level that his teammates was able to provide in that challenge.
Yeah, I can even say that Rising Sun SCA is kind of like the underdog in this story, right? The fact that they got picked up and everyone's, you have a lot of eyeballs on you. You have a very prestigious organization from Japan whose Brawl Star team has been doing phenomenal. Even since season 1, they pick up a squad, and that was the squad that makes it through, and potentially now one series away from top 4. I think if you are Crazy Raccoon, you are going to be surprised. And again, right, I understand why they picked Brighton, but right now for Rising Sun SCA, these newer bloods have shown what they're made of under the leadership of CZK. He's a world champion after all.
Yeah, he is. And it was also very funny as well, having talked to them before about what led up to that 2020 World Cup, because that was also the first year that Brawl Stars, the World Championship, had to be run entirely online due to the pandemic. And it's also provided them, given them like a fair bit of like tension within the community as well, because some members of the community have kind of accused them of just kind of like winning it just because of the circumstances of that day. But in my opinion, it's still kind of like a World Championship win is still a World Championship, because everyone was fighting under the same conditions. Everyone was quarantined. Everyone had to fight, from their own homes as well. So you can't really say it's unfair competition in that sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you win, then you deserve to be the winner, right? That's what competition is. But with that being said, we want to hear what Crazy Raccoon has to say about this upcoming series.
Okay, so preparing for the coming matches, our team is very, very enthusiastic and motivated to play better. We knew what we lack and we knew what we are strong at from the last matches. So we know where to improve, and we already have been training for it. So you can look forward to it. So if we were to change one thing about the match, I think in the last 3 of the maps, we made quite bad picks in the last draft. So like in a sneaky field, we could have picked Spike instead of Sherry, and in the breach too far, we could have went for more long-range brawlers instead of Squeak. And so those kind of little things, it's stacking up to our loss that day. So we will not make that mistake again.
Alright, Crazy Raccoon, they have learned a lot from the series against Help Me. It went the distance, 3-2, with Crazy Raccoon getting knocked down all the way to the lower side of the bracket. But here they are, Moya Goku, Tampo, Tensai, and Rel. And I just want to say, hearing him break down the game, it's great, right? Because I just want to commend. Normally when we talk to these guys, we require a translator, but Rel was able to deliver the message perfectly. But coming into this is crunch time. These guys, back when they were with, I believe with Zeta Division, way back then, when we just look at the accomplishment, right, on that world stage, they are either first or second. There is not much ways to describe further who these guys are and what they bring to the table. So we're looking at 3 world champions against 1.
Yeah, if you think about it, yeah.
Better than all stacked against Rising Sun.
Yeah, I haven't considered in that sense actually, because yes, this is the same group, the same lineup here of rather Moya Goku, Tampo, and Tensai specifically that used to be part of Zeta Division 1, and they're the ones who made it to the World Finals back in 2022, only to lose to their own sister team later on. So yeah, it kind of makes sense, when you put it down that way, that these guys, they still have the same team synergy that has been going on for like more than a year now, and that's going to be something that Rising Sun Esports needs to try to deal with when they come up against them. And you can even see from the stats, even though they are quite close, Razor Raccoon still has a significantly larger KDA compared to what Rising Sun has been able to do so far live on stream in this competition.
Yeah, and Rising Sun, I think these numbers definitely, you can say that for Crazy Raccoon, I'm not really surprised. When you look at these guys back in Zeta Division era, very, very mechanically skilled players, right? When you look at them as individuals itself, it really feels like anyone could be a one-man army and take down their opponents. And in this case, I feel like we've been in this spot many, many times under different circumstances, with the teams under different names, and so far, it has been a blowout for the boys on Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be so hard for me personally to see like one of these teams having to go home here after this today, because literally only one of them will be able to make it through right now. And as much as I love the guys over in Crazy Raccoon, because they have really been sort of like the stalwarts in this Brawl Stars scene, especially in Asia for so long. Whereas now you got the Rising Challenge, Rising Sun Esports, and also you got CZK chasing after yet another World Cup win as well. So I mean, both of these teams have equal sort of like claim to the throne here, but only one person can sit on it.
Yeah, and I think what makes this interesting is also how we're looking at Crazy Raccoon losing to Help Me, right? And it is a roster that Crazy Raccoon back in the days have consistently beaten the guys on Help Me. This is the first time in a long time that they lost, at least on one major tournament. Right? So last chance. I mean, regardless of who goes out by the end of this, it will be a heartbreak. The poll results are out. It will still be a live poll. Nonetheless, you guys can still continue to cast your votes. But Crazy Raccoon having a slight advantage over Rising Sun Esports STA, very, very understandable. I think if I were to place a vote, Crazy Raccoon would be kind of the safe bet.
If this was an electoral vote, this is like very, very close. Like it'd be close enough that it will call for a recount, basically. So yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, so I can see that you can definitely tell that there's a lot of equal level of support from both sides. I mean, I expect like Rising Sun Esports, being that they're largely a Southeast Asian effort here, will definitely be enjoying a lot of support from their immediate region here. But Crazy Raccoon, former finalists going into the World Cup 2022, have a lot of fans as well, and a lot of people, having their hopes pinned on this squad here to make it to that third slot.
Absolutely. I mean, so far we haven't seen any SCA teams make it to top 4. This season is the first, right? You have Team Flash already. If Rising Sun Esports SCA can make it through, we have 2 out of 2 from the top 8 that makes it. It's a legacy that's going to carry on for a very, very long time. So for Japan, you kind of see that trend broken just a little bit, and Crazy Raccoon is here to plug that hole.
Yeah, so I can't wait to see how this is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen, because again, 2 extremely strong teams here that are going to be fighting for your own entertainment here, ladies and gentlemen. So, just sit back, enjoy, relax it, because and savor every single moment here, because you're going to be seeing a lot of high level of mechanical skill, a lot of synergy between these players here. It's impossible for me to predict who's going to be able to come on the top. It's going to be down to how these guys play it out on the maps here.
We have Layer Cake to kick things off on Bounty. Afterwards, we had the Open Zone, Pin or Punt for Brawl Ball, Set 3, Set 4, Bounce Rock for Knockout, and last but not least, we have Hard Rock Mine for Gem Grab. And one thing that I think Rising Sun has been struggling with is when we come to those Gem Grabs, right? The way that they're approaching these brute force manner feels like a coin toss every once in a while. But when we look at Layer Cake, obviously for Rising Sun, they have the 100% win rate. But I think this is a series where it's justified for, at least for me, to just not look at the win rate, because we're up against Crazy Raccoon. All these stats don't really matter too much. You're looking at track record, where Crazy Raccoon just has a better statistic overall compared to Rising Sun.
And I feel that especially on a map like Layer Cake, even though it's a bounty game, you're not going to be so much focused on just getting the kills alone, but rather you're actually trying to control these individual like zones that have been layered here on this map. And I think that given what we've seen from Rising Sun, they are quite proficient at that zone control here. Like what kind of made the original Zeta squads here, which Crazy Raccoon's lineup is one of them. What made those squads very, very strong strong was their team synergy, the way they communicate, the way they position themselves, and the way they're able to react very quickly and effectively to changing situations on the battlefield here. And I think that's something that Rising Sun Esports will have to dissect. It will have to kind of like break up here if they want to have any chance on a game like this, because with the kind of coordination we've typically seen from these Japanese squads, it's not going to be a very easy fight here for Rising Sun Esports, even with that 100% win rate.
Here we have in the banning phase, we have seen, you know, Rising Sun SCA pull off a lot of these, you know, be in your face, take you out kind of strat. When it comes to bounty, one of their favorites is that Carl, right? When you have so many brushes to work with, we saw Brighton try to counteract it with Penny, with the M's. I wouldn't say it's ineffective. It definitely has its merits, but this time Rising Sun takes out that Carl. Even if they don't, Crazy Raccoon has a lot of respect for that as well. So no Carl, no G, no Penny, banned out by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, we did see a Penny pick. Yeah, we see. Sorry, Penny pick was on the Brighton side actually. So Rising Sun Esports can't quite see what the other two bans are aside from the Carl. Hopefully we'll be able to see that later on. Yeah, whoa, look at that. I mean, they kind of mirror banned in a way here because they also banned Penny as well. So now the first pick is going to be a Tick, and that's going to be a good choice as well because, like I said, zone control is going to be so important on this map here, and a Tick does have the added benefit as well as having his super being a homing missile practically that's going to allow them to not only track down members of Crazy Raccoon inside the brush, but also may even provide them like a good way to open up a kill basically. So now still a couple more picks to go for Crazy Raccoon's side. Wonder what they're going to be going with here.
Yeah, the Tick finally coming true, honestly, you know, for Rising Suns. We don't see this too often. The Sprout, I think, is fantastic, especially when you know, Eve is not really a big option, not really too favored when you compare to the one that we had just now on Canal Grande. In this case, you have the Sprout, you have the Janet, so many choke points for you to hold, and because the map is, you know, vertical, you have a lot of space for Janet to just roam around with that super and really start dunking on you with those airstrikes. So I do like what Crazy Raccoon is going for. You have a lot of zone control. It really constricts some of these, you know, brawlers on the side of Rising Sun. And if they want to play those up close and personal, the Sprout takes away that potential completely.
Yeah, so Max will be picked up here. I think that would be quite good because Max will have certainly a lot of range. I think that's kind of like one of the main reasons why Max is picked up a lot by these teams here, because he's a very easy brawler to fit in any sort of lineup here. And ooh, together with the Leon as well, so they're going for a bit of a sneaky flanker as well here in the form of CZK probably. So, but the thing is that Crazy Raccoon will have a crazy amount of like snowball potential here, especially if the Sprout is going to be able to trap any of the members of Rising Sun Esports using his own ultimate and allow the Janet to try to finish them up. And as well, when you have the Squeak to consider in this fight here, this means that what Crazy Raccoon has here practically is a really good sort of like way to break up these the lineup of Rising Sun whenever the two bunched up, and with if they can time their supers together very well, I think it could be easily setting up good traps here to just take out the lineup of Rising Sun Esports very quickly.
I am very excited because on the side of Crazy Raccoon, it's all about controlling areas, right? We've seen this squeak many times. You don't see it on SCA teams, but Japan teams, they love it. They love that squeak a lot. Rising Sun, again, this time on that blue side, Bear Bears, the first one to reach kind of the bounty. Again, you have the max, so generally you are faster overall compared to Crazy Raccoon. But Tensai, look at him taking the space.
Already can control over the mid layer right now. They're trying to reach into the second layer here, but Siddhartampo takes out Troy, so they're already here. It's been spamming those squeaks right through the narrow corridor, and that's perfect because the area effect of that is quite large, and that's actually broken down the flank on the right-hand side, forcing Bear Bear and CZK into a very pressure position. Troy gets picked off there by Moya on the left-hand side in the meantime, though, so this is not looking good right now for our Leon player here. Now they're getting a bit of a speed boost here to try to get it right in front. Bear Bear just trying to go in front while Tensai drops some bombs and takes out Troy before they have to fall back to the final layer.
Yeah, the Janet super so useful as well, taking out Troy as he tried to just bomb rush Crazy Raccoon. Close as it can get. Only 2 bounties separate them, and that Tick super takes out Moya. Rising Sun in the lead right now. Tensai again trying to get back some of that space onto CZK, but he ducks behind the wall. Troy ends up going down, but Rising Sun, they do have that blue star.
Yeah, that's going to be making a difference here if things get tied up, though. But Bear cannot afford to lose his life, though. Otherwise, they will lose that blue star. Now, they need to try to wait for the next speed boost here to try to get another burst of potential here from their side. But for that to the end, so the Tempo has been just hounding the right-hand flank the whole time now, and they've only just been pushed back a little bit.
Crazy Raccoon, they are slowly constricting the space that Rising Sun Esports has. You can see the squeak and the Janet. Tensai doing a fantastic job. Finally gets his super back up in time. This super is going to be massive. Tensai straight onto CZK, trying to get a bounty for himself. They've already gotten the lead. Now all they need to do is to prevent any deaths. But Bear comes in clutch once more on the max. Round 1 over to Rising Sun Esports, 16-11.
Wow, and CZK picking up a last kill as well to secure it, but I don't think they even need that at all. Once they got the lead, you can see how defensively they played from the point, and Rising Sun Esports scoring their first round win here. Already putting a bit of a blow right now, I think, the Crazy Raccoon, but let's see how they will try to grab this back. So round 2 is a go right now. Let's see. Looks like Troy and Bear CZK still taking those same positions here, but now the squeak is going to be focused on the middle here. No doubt to try to keep CZK at bay, but that's going to allow Troy to get into a much more forward position here. Might be able to get onto Tensai here, but unfortunately gets popped off by the Janet before he's able to do any more damage.
And Razor Raccoon just a bit more of that composure. I would say Bear has been doing great on this max. Just the constant, just constantly pushing forward. Tensai forced to use the super very early on. No follow-up that Crazy Raccoon can get though. No knockouts just yet. But again, they are in the lead. They have that blue bounty. CZK trying to really contest this Sprout, and so far has been able to do so. This Sprout using that super defensively. Tensai now forced to take on that frontal position. Bear just barely pushed right back with a sliver of health. Crazy Raccoon right now have Troy completely trapped. Troy trying to go for at least an exchange, cannot find it. And Moya barely walks away.
Troy cannot be doing that over and over again, like just trying to attack on his own. He needs support either from Bear or CZK should he want to be that aggressive, and I think they kind of paid the price for it. So as long as Crazy Raccoon can continue to keep this lead here, they will still win the round outright, because Rising Sun Esports has not been able to take a single star in their hands quite yet.
2 supers on the side of Rising Sun Esports. CZK has his. I think that's going to be very crucial as well. So far, Crazy Raccoon has been handling it pretty well. Now Rising Sun Esports pull the trigger. Ends up losing 2-0. 20 seconds left. Crazy Raccoon pretty much gotten this one in the back, unless Rising Sun can do some heroics. But I don't think there's just enough time. Crazy Raccoon keeping the distance. Not even giving Rising Sun SCA a single bounty. But Rising Sun try anyway. CZK unloads everything from the kitchen sink, and nothing they do is working this round. Crazy Raccoon sending a message, 13-0.
Wow, not even a single star in the hands of Rising Sun here. This is so surprising given how much closer that first round seemed to be. So that's a very strong reply for Crazy Raccoon, and I think like they're probably on the other side of the screen saying, telling Rising Sun, hey, what are you gonna do now? We just kind of beat you very handily there. So how are you gonna try to respond to this? And if they don't respond right, they might just be conceding this first set now to Crazy Raccoon.
Rising Sun, again, this time trying to control that blue, but they're not gunning for it. Tensai just gonna walk out and grab it. I mean, Troy and CZK, they go for the switch, but that puts Bear in a very precarious position, because what has been controlling these throwers from Crazy Raccoon was this tick, but the fact that they move CZK over, it suddenly opens up that left side, and Rising Sun now can't even get to the center of the map. Bear desperately trying to find a couple of some pressure, but as you see, the Tempo is doing a great job in keeping both Troy and Bear back. The super picking up 7 bounties so far.
Wow, Crazy Raccoon is completely dissecting Rising Sun at this point. I mean, that's already back-to-back deaths from Troy at the hands of the Squeak right now, and he has not been able to trade effectively. Look at that, more stickies coming his way, almost catching him out of guard there. Bear now has to kind of stay away from Troy, and that's kind of hampering them from being able to push up in front, especially with Tom already putting down his gadget over there. Now, CZK a little bit less effective, but he is more focused on trying to keep that Sprout at bay, because he's been a bit of a thorn on the left-hand side. Now on the right, right because CZK, that's where he's pushing in. Now, the thing is, Crazy Raccoon knows that they can still defend this position very, very effectively. It's really up to Rising Sun now to try to overwhelm them. But look at Moya! Goku just going in front of CZK, does not care in the world. He still wants to try to get a kill on that tick right away. Now the shield is completely popped. Moya just trying to dodge all the mines that CZK is putting out. Finally, CZK does take him down, but in that distraction there, they took out Joy one more time.
Heroics for Moya to basically win the round for his team. And Rising Sun Esports once more throwing bodies at Crazy Raccoon. It didn't work last round, it's not gonna work this time. But Moya Goku just punched him where it hurts the most with that play. This Brawl is different. Crazy Raccoon with the first set.
Seen plenty of Sprout plays, you know, in my 2 seasons of covering the Snapdragon Pro Series. First time I've ever seen a Sprout go like head to head against a tick like that. But you know, I mean, credit to him. You know, they felt very, very confident at that point. They were like what 7 stars to 0 right around that point. And I think like it's part of that divide and conquer strategy, right? Because naturally, when you have a squeak in hand, you're going to be able to force these your opponents to basically split themselves up a little bit to avoid absorbing too much damage due to the area effect of Squeak's own attacks. But what we also see here is that Moya was opening up so much room on the left hand side to allow them to overwhelm Troy and just make sure that CZK was completely occupied with him alone, meaning that he was not able to support the Max or the Leon on their side, and just completely allowed them to get overrun.
Not sure if we will see that last sequence, but when we get there, when you see Moya Goku did that heroic, this is the craziest play I have seen in a long time from a Sprout nonetheless in that 3rd round. I think even Rising Sun got caught off guard when Moya just walked out forward, completely ignored CZK, and just went for the snipe onto Bear. Crazy Raccoon, definitely a cut above. It's kind of what we expected coming into the series, right? Crazy Raccoon, again, former world champions, well, silver medalists, but they've been on the world stage long enough to be called world champions in their own right. Open zone, this time we're going to knock out a very unique map. Not knockout, Hot Zone, a very unique map for Hot Zone.
Yeah, because it's just so open, isn't it? There's so much space, there's so much room, but it also means that there's very little cover outside of those 2 and only 2 indestructible walls that are on either side of that Hot Zone here. So I would still expect to see them go with some tanky picks here. We've already seen what Rising Sun can do with a Meg here, but nevertheless, you know, they have a lower win rate actually compared to Crazy Raccoon. So I wonder whether or not Crazy Raccoon would just be able to overwhelm Rising Sun from the get-go here. But nevertheless, though, it's still going to be down to those picks here. It's still going to be a very conducive as well to bring in like a Penny or whatnot that's going to have a turret, because there's still a good few positions, especially with the grass around the corners, to be able to place one. But you have to have one that has decent amount of range too, and that's going to be critical here, because if you cannot place the turret too close to where the Hot Zone is, so they still have to rely a lot more on whoever's going to be on that point, tanking all the damage, or perhaps getting a bit of a heal from someone on their own lineup.
This match going to be very, very interesting, because I think that Crazy Raccoon once, has really done their homework. With the Byron, I think this is worth talking about, because Byron, at least overall after that recent minor buffs, he has seen some resurgence, but not enough to get him back on that main stage for competitive Brawl Stars. But you can see Crazy Raccoon just covering all their bases. They're taking out the mech, which is something that Rising Sun won over Brighton using. Just the extra tankiness, the extra layer to stay on that Hot Zone. But Rising Sun, they go for the same ban. Poco also taken out as well. The only difference being Janet and the Byron. B goes over to Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and Crazy Raccoon prioritizing those healers definitely means they want to negate Rising Sun from being able to pick up like a tank heavy lineup here, because you could still go with like the 2 tanks plus Poco. And then even if you are going to be running a Byron, even though he's not as effective this time around, it's still going to be quite viable to have the Byron to heal whoever's on that Hot Zone while still having the range to stay out of trouble. But yeah, now with the B already picked up and CZK having the max out once again, I don't see any tanks on the road here. It might just even be more of a battle of positioning, really, I think, between both of these squads. And
Rising Sun SCA kind of coming in with a slightly different kind of different approach, right? With the Bonnie, this is also a brawler that I think, if I remember correctly, either Help Me or Crazy Raccoon loves. I think it's like Siri Tampo or Moya Goku loves the Bonnie. We see these insane just dive bombs with the super. I think Crazy Raccoon is very familiar with this brawler, how he functions when it comes to something like a single zone, hot zone map. I think, again, Penny goes over to Crazy Raccoon, they have the Lola, and Rising Sun, they finish off with a Squeak.
I mean, again, it still makes sense to have a Squeak to pick up here because that prevents Crazy Raccoon from being able to Death Ball onto the hot zone, which can be a bit of a problem. But yeah, with the Penny picked up here, at least they will still have the cannon to deal with here, and I think Squeak, will he necessarily have the damage to quickly dispatch? I mean, I'm anticipating more of a Squeak to just try to target one of those brawlers, either the B or the Lola here. Maybe it might just be the Lola, because I think she's going to be the bigger threat coming from Crazy Raccoon's side. Nevertheless, Bear already takes position onto the hot zone here, getting to capture up to 10% now. But Moya quickly dispatches that max, and now just goes on to Troy. A lot of damage done. He is already down for the count.
And Moya does not care. Just walks up forward and gets 2 kills. You know, why not? And one thing is, they are no Rising Sun. They're using CZK to try and pressure City Tampo. B has very low health, but has way longer range compared to the Bonnie, and it's compared to everyone on the side of Rising Sun Esports. So as long as City Tampo stays at a safe distance, yeah, he's gonna be a big problem. And there we go, CZK completely misses the mark, finds himself in a corner. Crazy Raccoon basically just baiting that instinct out of him. Almost 40% for Crazy Raccoon so far. This is a fast progression, and City Tampo doing a fantastic job and keeping CZK away. Look at Tensai! This guy has no business being that far out. He goes down, but it's fine. Crazy Raccoon still having progress on that hot zone. Moya Goku holding the fort on his own. A machine for Crazy Raccoon, and is still going. And he's not going down anytime soon.
And so the Tampo picking up CZK like it was easy pickings there. That is just so weird to watch here, because the B doesn't typically win that quickly against a Bonnie here. But nevertheless, look at the Bonnie just soaking up so much damage from Moya Goku right now. Not going to be so effective to get on the point, but nevertheless, Troy is still going to do his darndest to stay there as long as possible. Tensai still having plenty of health right now, trying to keep Bear at bay, but now it's going to be focusing attention on the Squeak right now, while City Tampo goes straight up onto the max here, puts out her honey pot and makes sure that there's going to be a very toxic zone there, but Bear still takes one down. ZK Mina gets picked off, and Tensai now completely taken out there by Bear.
He used his barrel and his super to block these shots. This guy, he is willing to sacrifice anything and anyone just to ensure his survival. This is a man of focus and sheer will. Crazy Raccoon, they just need a bit more. Just need to get onto the hot zone, and they've done it. They put all their full weight, and no matter what Rising Sun does, they just don't have enough damage to take them all out. Crazy Raccoon with the first round.
First round done and dusted. That was actually quite good, well, I wouldn't say clean necessarily, but it felt just about as clean as they could do under the circumstances here, because the presence that they weren't, there was just not a lot of presence when it comes to Rising Sun Esports in that mid area here, and I think CZK was a little bit ineffective actually in his role on this Bonnie here, because it's just getting targeted. The amount of damage coming up from Moya is a little bit too much for him to stay on the front line. His best bet is try to get into the back line, but City Tampo has been giving it a slip over and over again, and it's making it hard for him to actually do his job well. Now getting a good sticky onto Tensai there, just needs another one there, but not able to take him down. CK goes for the jump, sacrifices himself, and they will get the kill on the Moya though, but they do trade his life as a result. But then still, Crazy Raccoon has control over the zone.
And Crazy Raccoon outranges Rising Sun Esports. Tensai, he's going to trade 1 for 1. He will be very happy with that trade, because Crazy Raccoons are still holding on. This Lola, a big menace as well from Crazy Raccoon. You know, Rising Sun, the Squeak, generally if you have a lot of choke points, it would be great, but like you mentioned, right, Victor, this is an open map, and Squeak gets outranged by the brawlers on the side of Crazy Raccoon, and you can see that Troy, every time he tries to walk up, he gets punished severely. CZK also very hesitant to use that super. There's just not much room to breathe for Rising Sun. CZK needs to get something going, because Bebe is basically getting suppressed. Troy as well, he has his hands tied. Tensai taking him out again.
Yeah, the range issue is becoming very, very apparent here for the Squeak, and then without the support from...
They need to go.
Yeah, how Bonnie's going to try to go for the jump, does get a kill on the Tampo immediately, but not able to get some good control on, this, on their side though, because his health is very low. He has to hide into the back line. Now he's waiting for the teammate to come up, but unfortunately CDK gets picked up by Moya Goku. In the meantime, ooh, a kill there as well, and unfortunately with just a little bit of life left, Tensai will be able to win it now for Crazy Raccoon to take the second set.
And Crazy Raccoon showing why they should be in that top 4. Some things don't change, and one of it is, you know, Crazy Raccoon and how good they are. We start to see that gap. You know, whatever Rising Sun Esports did against Brighton, that is a good milestone. That's a good kind of stepping stone for them. But when they go up with Crazy Raccoon, they switch. The switch up is so massive.
Yeah.
This is a boss fight that I feel like, you know, Rising Sun is under level to deal with.
Yeah, maybe you have to grind a little bit more, but then again, when you have like former world champions on your squad here and you're still losing by such a significant margin here, it kind of puts you under a lot of pressure now, especially that we're going to be going to a third set right now, and Crazy Raccoon has a very crazy lead here coming into this third round. So Rising Sun Esports is going to have to do everything within their power right now if they want to be able to make it to the challenge finals. But with Crazy Raccoon being this final boss they have to kind of defeat here, just might be a little bit too much for them to deal with.
It's going to be a tall mountain to climb. They need 3 sets in a row against Crazy Raccoon of all teams, kind of the final gatekeeper. Reminds me of that that one boss in this Souls game, Udex Gundyr, if you remember.
I mean, I don't play that much Souls, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, so yeah, just to in layman's terms, there's this boss in this game that I play at the start of the game. If you can't get past him, you're not progressing the game at all. Wait, we played the same one, the one you spent 4 hours trying to...
Oh, you're talking about the first boss with Dark Souls 3.
I was trying to... third one, Udex Gundyr, remember when you started off?
Yes.
And if you can't get past that guy, you're not progressing at all. This feels like that, but 10 times stronger.
Yeah.
We're going to set it all on the football pitch. It's pinhole punt and brawl ball. And this one is going to be kind of the be-all, end-all.
Yeah, pinhole punt is a bit unique amongst all the Brawl Ball maps here, because even though there aren't a lot of like grass or aren't a lot of walls, but they have positioned themselves in such a way they don't really have a clear line to the goal unless you can deal with many different obstacles at once. So this should be a good map here to see how Rising Sun Esports can try their best here to overcome Crazy Raccoon, because Brawl Ball rounds can always still be an advantage even for underdogs in this competition here. Not to say that Rising Sun is that much of an underdog, but nevertheless they were going to need whatever they could right now if they want to have any hope against Crazy Raccoons. So in terms of bans right now, they've taken out the M's on both sides here. Prioritize more of the ban on the Poco and the Barley here for Rising Sun Esports, which tells me that they really want to ensure that Crazy Raccoon has less options when it comes to map control. Now, Crazy Raccoon responds by picking up the first pick on the Crow here, whereas Rising Sun goes for the first pick on B.
And I think Crazy Raccoon has definitely done their homework, because Rising Sun, they would very much love to go for the Ash when it comes to Brawl Ball. Crow completely stops that from happening, and it doesn't matter even if... And with the Poco ban out, I think Ash is completely out of the question right now. I don't think there's any other brawler that can supplement the Ash as good as the Poco anyways. Once more, Crow is a big problem. Rising Sun going for that Otis for CZK.
Yep, Otis pick. 2 more picks to come from Crazy Raccoon's side. Now, what would be going well with a Crow? Now, obviously, he will be very good at getting into a flanking position here, and perhaps will be able to set himself up to get into striking position very much once the ball gets passed to him. But he still also needs a good good midliner. I don't know whether that's even a word, but basically someone to who will take on this sort of midfield role in this map here. So the Penny might be a decent choice here. At least he also has range to keep the Crow supported as well once he decides to jump in. And Colonel Ruffs going to be picked. Actually, Ruffs now. He's no longer a Colonel apparently. Is going to be picked up as the last one to round up the lineup for Crazy Raccoon.
Oh yeah, very common lineup honestly. There's not much walls in Pinhole Punt anyways.
Yeah.
This is where I think the Squeak probably would be a bit more effective. because you have a lot of these choke points to navigate around. But if it's one thing we've seen in the previous 2 sets is that so far Crazy Raccoon just sharper on those on their aim, something that Rising Sun SDA has not been able to overcome. And of course, the coordination from Crazy Raccoon is always on point.
Yeah, so final preparations go on here. I hope that the Otis pick here is going to be that impactful. And yeah, I think like with the amount of obstacles we have here, perhaps the Squeak will be a lot more effective because he doesn't need to rely so much on the range anymore. Nevertheless, we're going to be jumping into the map now. See the Tampo getting himself a lot of damage already from the get-go, trying to hold onto the midfield here. But they do get the trade in the form of the BZK now going straight on the Moya Goku, but unfortunately not able to hold his own as the Otis falls to the ground there. The sandbags preventing him from being able to deal enough damage to the Ruffs.
Once more, you see Tensai instantly just going to deal with Bear. Moya also, on these ricochets from the Colonel Ruffs, not easy to circumvent. When you have City Tampo and you get the immense pressure that he brings to the table, getting that soccer ball, they are ready to go for the push, and there it is. You definitely would not have seen that coming.
No, especially like putting down the skill just in time to break that wall, allowing the Rubs to have a clear line of sight to shoot in the goal. That was very premeditated right there from Crazy Raccoon. So Rising Sun, knowing that they have a weak spot there on that left-hand side, is going to have to prioritize defense of that line there. But that's putting Bear right now in a very tight spot because Tensai is actually doing a lot of progress against him. Now they got the kill on the ZZK right now. Troy very low, forced with the honey pot down. The Bear now, last bastion in defense, will get taken down as well, but the ball's nowhere close yet. Tidatambo only just now passing it into the penalty area right now for Rising Sun.
Yeah, Bear able to just send it far and wide with the super, but they're running out of gas right now. Tidatambo, he can just walk it in. There's nothing that can stop him. Crazy Raccoon, if we thought that Rising Sun was speedrunning, well, Crazy Raccoon is speedrunning the entire set. Entire series, in fact.
Yeah, wow.
One round away, and Crazy Raccoon are in top 4.
I mean, those 2 very quick goals already, and like now that they're going to be having to reset here, Rising Sun knows what exactly the opening game plan is with Crazy Raccoon. So whatever they do now is very much going to be aimed at keeping Crazy Raccoon away from the penalty area. But Tensai is very aggressive in trying to push his area here. Unfortunately, will pay for it for his life here with being able to put out the shot. Now they're going to try to put the ball closer to the goal of Crazy Raccoon, trying to put them under pressure while they try to force Moya Goku back here. Bear having to switch gears a little bit, going, grouping up together with Troy now to try to keep control over the midfield. But it seems like Crazy Raccoon is slowly and surely inching back towards the central line.
Moya does go down, so the Tampo to follow as well. Rising Sun finally crossing the midfield line for the first time.
Whoa!
Intercepted by Moya, the goalkeeper for Crazy Raccoon. And Rising Sun just could not catch a break. CZK goes down. We go for full reset.
Wow, that was incredibly lucky there for Moya, but just perfect timing and also position there. Rather perfect timing on the spawn actually for him to come and defend that goal. But Rising Sun is not quite done yet. CZK sends the ball up once more because they still are aiming to try to keep the pressure on Crazy Raccoon's side of the field as much as possible, because they know if Crazy Raccoon gets past that central line, it's going to open up a huge huge opportunity for them to get this goal scored. So whatever Rising Sun needs to do, they need to have this midfield control.
They want to get rid of Tensai, but Tensai is doing a great job of surviving. Moya once more walking up forward, just taking spaces with the sandbag. Did get forced back. Bear gets it. Tidatampo to the back line. Still surviving, and now we have a problem for Rising Sun. Tidatampo cannot be allowed to stay alive.
Yeah, they need to take him out because whoever comes out from spawn there is going to have to face off against that one alone. But Troy will be able to come out just in time. They've already taken him out, so now it's going to be back to the usual places. But they have Crazy Raccoon is taking this opportunity to take control over the midfield. Now, granted, they don't have the ball quite yet, and Rising Sun actually was able to push them back somewhat. So we're going to be resetting sort of back into square one here. So the time we're getting picked off right now. Moya having sticky on himself, down to 2K. Troy trying to get another shot. Look at the amount of stuff they're just throwing onto the Rubs there. Still not able to get the kill though, as Tensai now puts down TTK on the right-hand side, so they're still a little bit under pressure here on the Rising Sun. They haven't really made a lot of progress actually.
Yeah, and Crazy Raccoon, Tensai is just doing so good in this defender role, just holding that right side where the ball is. We're going into overtime right now, and you can see they've already prepped the cannon. And those boxers, they don't go away during overtime. This cannon is going to consistently pressure Rising Sun to stay on their side of the field. And Troy can't find any space to regenerate some of the health. Feels compelled to continue putting on pressure. And this is not good news for Rising Sun Esports. Tensai finally goes down. Maybe this is breakthrough time for Rising Sun Esports. They got to be careful of the cannon though. Passing forward! Bebe sneaks it through. The long shot from midfield. Bringing us to the third match of the set.
Whew, I can imagine them breathing a sigh of relief, and so clutch on that shot there by Troy. Because up until that point, you know, the Squeak had been a bit of a liability in that previous map, but finally he has been able to bear some fruit here for Rising Sun. So now they just need to do it again here in order to have to bring this to another decider here. But they will take down Tambo first, so that's already a good start. But nevertheless, not able to take control of the ball. Tensai very aggressive against Bear right now, with Troy is under a lot of hurt here, and CZK is having his hands full, and unfortunately will fall to the hands of the Roughs right now, and they lose that right-hand side flank line.
Troy just, again, trying to do him Moya, but this guy, he studies geometry, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Moya Goku taking out Troy. And just so much control. This Colonel Ruff needs to be dealt with, but they just can't get to him. Now Tensai moves on forward. The Penny Cannon actually just got destroyed, I believe, but Rising Sun now trying to take that left side back, but CZK can't really move up.
No, they can't really move up, but I think what Crazy Raccoon needs to do basically is just try to keep them suppressed. But, you know, Rising Sun a little bit smarter this time around, using those indestructible walls for cover here. But they still have to watch out for Moya's good use of geometry there in order to try to keep constant amount of damage on Troy. Now, Troy takes a lot of damage that time, though, will finally fall, and Moya will also be able to move up as well. They will take out CZK as well. No one left to defend. The spawn's coming true, and Moya will just score there to take one for Crazy Raccoon.
Well, the timing was a bit off. Troy had his super, could send the ball further, but didn't expect the pressure to come. Like I think CZK went down as soon as Troy sent the ball away, so didn't get enough distance. And now Troy goes down. Bebe just ran down. Tensai mows through him. This could be it,
no.
And it already is. Crazy Raccoon with a quick match 3. They're off to Challenge Finals.
Oh man, I was watching CZK and I was thinking that, wow, with both his teammates down, shouldn't he just fall straight back to the goal? But I think he was making a calculus there. He thought that probably may not be quick enough, so he went for the shot instead. But the ball was already passed on, so there's no way for him to defend against Crazy Raccoon. The spawns weren't up in time, and Crazy Raccoon has just nailed this whole run here in this matchup. My goodness, what a game we've seen here. And Rising Sun Esports, even though they were incredibly competitive early on in this game, but up against a true Japanese titan like Crazy Raccoon, they just seem to not have enough power just to overcome what Crazy Raccoon was throwing at them.
Yeah, I just didn't even break a sweat. Crazy Raccoon, it felt like this was meant to be from the get-go. Losing to Help Me was kind of that speed bump, but they were destined to head towards the challenge final, securing the 3rd slot for themselves, and just really not giving Rising Sun Esports a chance, right? That the win against Brighton felt something that they can put on that, on that exam card at the end of it. You just have this black stain, which is Crazy Raccoon. Nonetheless, congratulations to Crazy Raccoon, and honestly, for Rising Sun Esports, right? I hope this support and investment continues for the SEA division. I think these guys have come a long way. This is the first time we even see them in a challenge stage, let alone qualifying for the finals. Even though it's not Rising Sun, we still have one representative, that is Team Flash. Yeah, although the sun may have set right now on Rising Sun Esports Southeast Asia, I think their potential still burns very bright. It's just a little bit unfortunate, and perhaps it's also because, Ray Crazy Raccoon's lineup has been having that synergy going on for more than a year now. Perhaps that has been also kind of a factor to allow them to be able to win over Rising Sun that easily. Nevertheless, though, I do hope to see a lot more of them in the future. But again, to Crazy Raccoon, they are going to be the 3rd team now confirmed to get to the challenge finals, and that's going to be so exciting to see, because that's yet another Japanese squad showing their prowess when it comes to this game of Brawl Stars. Yeah, if there's anything we know about the Sun, is if Rising Sun Esports, if they're Icarus, they're gonna come back one day. We still have so much more down the road. This is just April, it's just the 1st quarter of the year. We just ended the 2nd quarter, so I think this roster, I hope they stay together. Again, the support that Rising Sun SEA has gotten coming into Season 2 has been phenomenal, and we hope to see them more in the future. All hopes for Brawl Star, for SEA, rest on the shoulders of Team Flash. But that's the conclusion for Group 1. We still have Group 2 coming up. We're going to start off with the first series coming up next. That is going to be between Quasar and WWW right after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
なんだろうここ。やばい、マジでわからん。
Oh, this is such a bad picture to show. grass, everywhere else got grass.
That looks like a Crystal Arcade.
わかんないです。マジで見たことない。
I pass.
This is double swoosh. Or hang. Okay, hang. Okay.
そこ切り抜く
Oh,
Oh my god. Oh, my favorite map. Oh god. Okay. Oh. Yeah, there's so much grass, yeah. Obviously. I'm so dumb. Oh god.
これは見たことない。
Huh. Why is it so near to each other?
狭きもんかな。
Oh, I can't. I cannot. Yeah, I pass.
ファイナルアンサー、狭きもんで。
pinhole punt.
It's called pinhole punt, I think. It's the one with the square in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. Why is it so near to each other? I was wondering.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Snapdragon Pro Series, where we've already seen who is the third team to make their way into the challenge final playoffs. So that what that means is we still got one more team to find, and we're hopefully going to be able to find it with these two matchups. The first one, of course, going to be Quasar versus WWW, and we're going to be seeing how will play out here. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky, and we're going to continue to bring you guys some great commentary here in SBS.
Yeah, and no, these three teams, they're all from the region of Japan. Obviously, I think Madrid is one of the teams that most people expect to go through. WWW is a close second, so Quasar kind of running that gauntlet, right? This is more of an underdog in that Group B. They're going to take on WWW first, which I think is a fair matchup as well. You get to gauge how these two teams, fare against each other, and then we get to compare if the chances against Madrid is going to be tight, or we're going to see a blowout, just like what we saw just now. One slot remains, but three teams are fighting for it.
Yeah, so between Quasar and WWW though, because WW is comprised of Ara, Mameshi, Dempsey, and Ryohei. They are also veterans in this Ballstar community here, so I don't think for at least for the Quasar there, it's going to be an easy sort of like a matchup there, but nevertheless, they will still try here. If you guys at home here have some idea about who actually might be stronger between the two of them, go ahead and let us know inside the Twitch chat right now, because we would love to know what our viewers here think about these two teams here, because quite frankly, especially for Quasar, this is a relatively new lineup here, new players here except for Shu.
Yeah.
So I wonder like how they will stack up. I mean, the thing is that they have made it this far, so it shows that they do have a bit of skill, but I do want to know what you guys at home think as well. So go ahead and vote inside the Twitch chat right now to say who's going to be coming out top, Quasar or WWW.
And remember, WWW, when they fought Madrid, I think they lost like 3-0 or something. Like, it was crushing the feat for WWW, so that was a big lesson for them. They have a week to kind of figure out what went wrong, because afterwards, because they have to run the lower bracket. So I think was it to Madrid or Team Flash, but they had a crushing defeat nonetheless in the last week. Overall, I think it's going to be an interesting series, but before that, we gotta hear what Madrid themselves have to say about this lower bracket.
WWW です。理由は、去年の大会での成績が WWW のがいいからです。
Achievement speaks for itself, right? If you have achieved enough, you're going to have a really, really great chance. The odds are stacked against Quasar, coming in with Shu leading the rest of the team, Zen, Ringo Boo, and Mira. This is going to be a tall, it's going to be an uphill climb, I think, compared to the one that we had just now. This one feels tougher.
Yeah, but mostly because even I myself don't have a lot of information about Zen, Ringobu, or Mira here in this competition now. But the thing is that given that Quasar had been able to beat, rather not really beat, but actually been able to make it this far in the competition here, means that they do have some skills here, and at least with the under the leadership of Shu, I would suppose this team do have some potential. But then again, they're going up against what is quite literally a powerhouse lineup here in the form of WWW, so do hope that they will have a decent chance to learn a lot of lessons here. But I think this also can be a bit of an advantage for them, because I think WWW themselves don't really know what much to expect to come out Quasar here, and no doubt they will be a lot more focused on the Real Madrid match anyway. So yeah.
That is 100% for sure. I think they're looking for revenge, off of Madrid, especially when you look at both these teams. I feel like a lot of us, if we have done from beforehand, we are more familiar with the roster of WWW than Madrid. So Madrid have made a name for themselves for sure. But speaking about WWW, this is it. The people who have had a lot of achievements from way back then, your Mameshi, with Ryohei, with Dempsey, and I see kind of the newer members in the team. But aside from that, this seemingly innocent cat has been pretty deadly, even in the Open Finals itself.
Yeah, so for those of you who haven't joined us, in Season 1 of the SBS, this lineup here used to be the Japanese Rising Sun team.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, they are no slouches. The Rising Sun Esports, even though they weren't able to overcome the Zeta Division squads back in Season 1, they were also still very, very formidable as opponents here. So I expect that Quasar is going to have their hands full, in this matchup here. But for WWW, this is kind of like another day in the office for them. It's a very familiar place to be here, and even though the stats-wise, it looks very close between the two of them, bear in mind these statistics are taken from live stream games, of which I don't know if Quasar had a lot so far, but at least with WWW, we've seen them quite a bit in this competition, and I think you still see a bit of that old magic from that lineup here from Season 1.
Yeah, and I think it's not going away anytime soon, right? Because Rising Sun, back in Season 1 was one of the staple names. When we put Zeta Division aside, Rising Sun was kind of in the conversation. And right now, WWW kind of potentially going to be playing the last series in the Challenge group stage, which is pretty crazy, right? Considering how we have so many teams coming in, and there are teams that you don't expect to make it through, or you don't really know too much, qualifying anyways. That is what makes Brawl Stars such a fun game to watch.
Yeah, because you never really know, even up against veterans of this game who has been around for like 3 years, 4 years, even a single a team from the first year can still have the potential to beat them, and that's just the nature of this game itself. It's not necessarily how much more experience or how much more stronger you are as a player, it's how you work together as a team. But now let's go ahead and look at the predictions. I mean, again, we're talking about the Rising Sun squad here. Yeah. Of course, a lot of people are going to be having their votes for them in this competition here. Oh, look at that! It's still live. It's still going. It's still going here. And Quasar has just lost another percentage point.
Yeah. I don't blame the fans at all. I think WWW feels like a very, very easy choice until Quasar can prove something. I know we said that WWW, they did suffer defeat last week in the hands of it's either Team Flash or Madrid, but either way, I don't think it sways too much of the faith people have in the roster, right? This is still a very, very strong lineup, and Quasar, it is their job to kind of prove the doubters wrong, and it's going to be a very tough task. We're going to head into the map pool and take a look what we have lined up for this best of 5. It's going to be a long evening. We're going to start off again with the same map pool that we did see earlier on when I believe Rising Sun SCA took on Brighton. Yeah, it's going to be Pit Stop, Canal Grande, Crystal Arcade, Ring of Fire, and Go Armed Gouge.
Yeah, I think WWW has not played this map at all because I see a dash, a not available stat there for the win rate for on-screen games. But what we saw with Pit Stop, in the opening matchup for the day was that sometimes it can be won very, very quickly if you have a hyper-aggressive, or rather an in-your-face kind of lineup, which is what Rising Sun Esports did in their matchup. So I wonder if history is going to be striking, Lightning is going to be striking twice here. Looking at the bans though, they're leaving all the tanks. They're leaving all the tanks on the table here.
Quasar banned the bus. I find it very, very interesting. I guess it's not the worst, right? You can cover a lot of ground with the grapple, but I find it pretty interesting that they decided to go for it anyways. Despite coming through, Quasar taking the page out of Rising Sun SCA. If they have seen that series, that the spike completely stops all these, run at your safe composition is a great deterrent.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, now I'm thinking about it, where would it have been the buzz been so impactful in this map? I mean, granted, he probably could be very quick in traversal because his grappling hook will be able to grab onto walls as well as brawlers. So perhaps they're just trying to prevent, a strong flanking opportunity here for the side of WWW. Nevertheless, Penny will be the first one picked up by them, though. They still have one more brawler to pick on their side, and I see they do have a ban on the Surge here. But like I said, again, they leave a lot of tanks on the table here, but it doesn't seem that WWW is going for that strat at all, going for the Colonel Rubs here to go to Penny. So I think it's a lot more of a control sort of game plan they have going into this map here.
Yeah, a control composition, I think. I think that's going to probably the last one. We might be seeing something that gives them a slightly more offense, because Penny and Colonel Rubs not the strongest in terms of damage output, but they have really good control with their utilities.
But then again, with like Rub's super being able to get like a power up, perhaps like WWW could do well to pick up like I was going to say a Daryl, but then Quasar picked up the Daryl anyway, thus denying them that pick, and Carl as well has been picked up. So oh boy, actually quite a aggressive lineup here from Quasar's side here. So okay, let's see what WW will pick in response here, because they still have the big threat of the Daryl. Because if you give him the line of sight to that safe, he will be able to bust right through whatever defenses you have, regardless. So if WWW wants to have like a good flanker, they need someone with high mobility and still have the tankiness really to deal with damage. But if he does get the benefit of a power up from the Ruffs himself, that could actually help out.
BB again?
BB again. But again, like I said, if the BB picks up a power up from the kind of Ruffs, perhaps she could be a lot more potent actually in this situation here.
I want to see how WWW utilizes the BB, because I am not really convinced with what we saw just now. Rising against Brighton, BB felt that, you know, we both expected it to be more of a defensive setup. I think in this case we already have a control comp from WWW. BB fits into it a bit better. She's just not the brawler that you can use to rush the save. It has a poor damage output compared to a lot of other brawlers, but you want to be able to swat the enemies away. We'll see if WWW can pull it off, because I still have a bit of doubts with this BB, and let's see if they can prove us wrong. I see they're straight up walking forward. They're just gonna ignore Shu, so this is a full bomb rush again.
Yep, rushing straight away and just trying to get a kill straight away on the Carl. They will do that, and then now the BB can focus on trying to get the safe here as they take out the spike as well. Yeah, a bit of damage, but look at the top side, because WWW is sustaining a lot of damage on their end now. I think their teammates spawned back in. Good kill on the Grubs though, as they will be able to stabilize their side. But look at that, they're still on the save, still fighting it out. Only just now taking down the Daryl, but only 50 percentage points left.
You know what's the worst feeling when you are running this call for WWW? Quasar can just choose to lower your health but not take you out. If they can not make sure that you don't respawn or there's no stagger, you can't really stop the Daryl from putting out damage on the save, right? So at the end of the day, I think Quasar has just already won this round. It is just, you know, cleaning things out, going for the finishing touches. Clone Ruffs goes down, Daryl rolling forward. This round one pretty much almost done and dusted. The spike super taking down the save. Carl goes in 1%. It's going to be the remaining health, and Quasar can just throw bodies to end this run.
What do they have to respond to the Daryl here? Because he still has like closest more than 7,000 health here, whereas BB is still stuck at 7,600. So okay, they will be able to take him down that time, and now the BB is going to focus his attention on the Carl. Will take him down yet again with a few good well plays. Swap of Shoes comes in just in time together with a shield as well from the spawn, and that's actually forced BB now into the ground now. They're trying to go for the save straight away. Only 1 percentage point means a single hit.
Shoes
going to be only take, and he does take the hit onto the safe.
Yeah, he snuck right through to the right side. No one could stop him. And again, I think this BB, bit of a problem. You handicap your own team, honestly. I don't feel the BB at all. I think we've seen this 2 times. Quasar is making it very, very evident that you just get outpaced running that BB. And I think, you know, if WWE commits to that again, like look at him. Like now Quasar has to dedicate 2 members to stop this Daryl, and this Carl Zenke just coming from the side. They need to be able to get these knockouts, and Shu just mows down the penny. I think this round is going to end even faster than the last. The BB is finally getting some work done on the save, but look at the numbers. They are piling through. Zen is making decent progress. They lost 2 members. They will respawn and take care of the BB eventually. So at the end of the day, Quasar still has the lead.
Yeah, Shu now on a one-on-one on BB, and he does take him down just in time, dodging the bubble gum as well to avoid being taken out there, and will be able to heal himself up to 4,000. Now just has to deal with this Colonel Ruffs here, while Zen a little bit on the left on alert here. They will jump straight into BB and take him down as well. The Carl finally able to take one on, and it will just overwhelm the save, take it out completely. Quasar straight out of bat takes the first set of the game.
Uh-oh. We're in for a long evening, Victor. Quasar, what a map 1. I think they definitely have been watching the previous series. This is the same archetype, right? You swap out the El Primo with the Daryl and the Carl, completely fine. But we said this spike is going to be a huge deterrent. And once more it is. The full commitment it wasn't it from the get-go. That game plan was never going to work. Not against what Quasar has.
I mean, they straight up had no answer at all to what the Daryl could do. They could not pin him down. They cannot take him down quick enough, and he's just like, it's just kind of like trying to grab chopsticks. Trying to grab the jelly with a chopstick. Like Daryl just slips right through the dragnet and just goes straight to the save, and there's nothing WWW could do. And even the BB in the best case scenario will still have to take her sweet time to take down the save anyway. So that was pretty much a win based on draft alone here for Quasar.
And you can see a lot of that BB, those bad swipes just get dodged, right? You know, Quasar just walks out of range just by a little bit, and they don't take damage at all. The second round was a bit closer at the very start because, you know, BB slipped right through, started doing damage onto the save. But once WWW, they were forced to deal with Quasar members, and, you know, like, in normal circumstances, maybe you can delay the KOs, but in this case, they were forced to take them down because there was just so much damage on the save. But either way, Pit Stop is already done and dusted. I think we have a collective of under 2 minutes on Pit Stop today.
Yeah.
Both sets speed ran by, you know, by the teams that won. Now we go to Canal Grande. Quasar 100% win rate on broadcast. WWW have yet to play Canal Grande on stream. Now we get to see if they can make a comeback.
Under 2 minutes for like Pit Stop there. Oh, like across like both of the matchups we've seen today. That's practically like I'm thinking like this is more like a Formula 1 pit stop rather than a NASCAR pit stop actually.
That's so, like a full showdown round, I think, or like a full brawl ball round.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much actually. Yeah, like 2 whole minutes. So, wow, incredibly fast early rounds we're seeing here. So let's look at the bans that we have right now for this Canal Grande map. They've already taken out the Carl. They're taking out the Gene here. Again, a very impactful brawler to use here because he can drag you across the canal to be able to secure the kill. Now Quasar goes for the Carl pick once again, and that actually was what WW picked early on, but wasn't quite as effective. They will use a Colonel Ruffs on their side. The Jenny will be one that's going to be difficult to pin down unless they are going to be able to keep her from getting her supers charged up quickly. And in that regard, the Carl will be a little bit difficult, I think, for the Jenny to deal with, though she does outrange him by quite a significant margin. Nevertheless, there's still 2 more picks to go from WW's side. They've banned out the Eve as well as Otis on their side. Actually, both sides banned out the Eve, and they pick up a Max, which will be kind of like a standard pick, I would say.
Yeah, I wonder. I was thinking if WWW wanted the Sprout, but I think with the Max in the lineup, we probably won't see the Sprout anymore. I think a few months ago when we looked at the Open Finals, when you see a Carl on one side, you might see a Daryl on the other. It's kind of like this: I pick A, you pick B, rock paper scissors formula. In this case, I don't think that will be for WWW. They go for the Ash. Honestly, not too bad, right? There's not too much burst on the side of Quasar. Normally, Ash is kind of your gotcha pick. Quasar still have 1 pick to respond to this. I think the spike isn't the worst. You know, the squeak as well. They're both on the table. If Quasar wants to head for that, I think it's doable.
Oh yeah, for sure. They still have the opportunity to counter pick here, but what I'm seeing here with like WW's lineup is just like damage potential. It's like all across here between Max as well as the Ash. So unless Quasar will have, okay, they're gonna be going with the M's here, so they're looking at more of that control over the choke points here, thanks to her cloud. So we'll see whether this will play out. But I think range wise, other than Colonel Ruffs, what can you use to actually deal with both the Ash and the Max here? I mean, they still need to bank on the Carl getting his ultimate up. That was just the most critical thing for Quasar's lineup here, because without that ultimate, it's going to be quite hard for Quasar to deal with both with the Ash and the Max combination here.
Yeah, and I think right now, you know, you look at Quasar, again, just very, very controlled composition compared to what WWW has. They definitely can afford. They definitely have that high damage output, like you say, but when you have a Carl on your side, you're going to always get the blue bounty. You use the gadget, you gain distance, you get a hit start, instantly take control of the right side, and this Ams just pushes the Ash away. You can't get close.
Yeah, Quasar has done well already to take the lead. Now they just need to try to control the match in their favor. But the problem is that Max is outranging the Carl, just as I predicted earlier. The Cling Ring does pick up the kill on the Jenny, though. That's going to set her back a little bit when it comes to Super. So not a single star picked up yet from WWW, but not for lack of trying.
And this Ash has already been gate capped. That is only one way to slip right through, to cut through the side of WWW. He wants to gun for it. He wants to be able to stack up that passive, but Shu is like, you know what? I have my super. I'm going to go straight onto you. Make sure this Ash is pushed away. Meanwhile, they infiltrate the back lines and just getting a free elimination. This Ash, IC, trace one back. Shu will get the exchange. At the end of the day, Quasar just, again, winning out these These trades, I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, this is crazy. Now Janet is going to leash her all of her own, but doesn't quite do a lot of damage. The healing was still up for that Colonel Ruffs that time, so that Janet ult didn't really pay off big dividends here for WW other than forcing them off the right-hand side. But yet again, they're all completely bunched up. This would have been great if they had a thrower on their side here to try to break up the line, but unfortunately, the M's can just constantly just harass that middle, that preventing both members of WW from being able to get across. The Max has not been able to take down a Carl at all, you know, just not able to spot him through the grass. Now, with the Ashe already pushed right through, they will be able to find the Carl straight away. They try to break right through the line here. The Max finally able to take down Shu as well. So that's already 2 kills going their way, and the Quasar only like having a single point lead to WW after this point.
Yeah, Zen was a bit overzealous just now. He ran forward and ends up getting taken out. I feel like Quasar could just be a bit more patient. Now WW has a good chance of winning this out. They just need to get one more elimination. Can WW break the juggle? Yes, they can. At the last moments, they find the knockouts. WW taking match number 1. Just a one careless mistake from Quasar, dropping the ball towards the very end. WW showing some signs of life.
Whew, that was so clutch there with that Janet super, because that had to be timed with when the Max was able to get the damage done there while they're still on their spawn. So well done, the WW side. They have taken the first set here. Quasar still have to yet find a way to get that lead and just hold it to the end, which seems to be their strategy based on their lineup here. Now they have the Ashe almost dead as a rise, but he weren't able to take him down in time before he takes out Shu. So now Zen and Ching Ring are going to be left a little bit to split up in a moment before they can wait for the M's to come in. So they have to keep guard over the connector right now. But fortunately, they didn't lose too much going into this next encounter here. 3 stars separated 2.
I like how Zen gets like the kill and instantly just trying to do the, kind of do the spam crouch with the thumbs down. Is pretty hilarious. But WWW, we talked about how much damage they do. So once they find a breakthrough moment, I mean, Quasar just does not have enough damage to stop them, especially this Ashe. You don't want him to get on top of you, so this Emps has a big responsibility. But WWW in more control in this round 2.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep the rest of WW at arm's length, and that's very critical to. That's critically why they have the M's picked up here, because she can very much cover a huge area, and Carl, at least with his boomerang, will be able to keep the Max at bay for quite a bit. But now they have to force the Ruffs here to deal against the Max on the other side. But WWW nevertheless keeps the pressure going, keeps them locked within their spawn right now, because this is their best bet to try to get sort of like the last hurrah like they did last time. Chingling a little bit low right now.
They're protecting him!
Oh, but he couldn't keep it up in time.
The shrapnel from the Janet went through at the last second, and now the pressure is on. Quasar, Janet is out of the question. It's either the Ashe or the Max. 2 bounties separate Quasar and WWW right now. Quasar trying to walk on forward. This Janet still has the super online. Quasar, what do you have? No supers on their end. I think WWW might have just tied up the set. WWW just falling back, and Quasar will have to play the long game. Set 2 goes over to WWW.
Yeah, wow, that's back-to-back wins actually from WWW. And even though Quasar had like a decent game plan going to this, which was basically to take the lead and then try to control them, for the rest of the map there. But unfortunately, I think they were just a little bit too passive throughout most of this matchup here, because it just allowed WW so much space to run and allowed them to actually gain more control over the map overall. So that actually worked less into Quasar's favor, even though they had the lead initially. So WWW did very well to actually break up this game plan that Quasar had here and just left them out on a lurch in this first map.
Yeah, and WWW just going for the full assault, right? Just brute force their way through, and once they break Quasar's kind of battle line, it's very hard for Quasar to regain that control, and that's why you see WWW just putting their bodies in front. What Quasar wanted was to control the choke point in the middle of the map. Once they lose that one, it becomes very hard for them to do the same again. WWW playing a breakthrough. I honestly think we could have gone to match 3 if Quasar didn't have that one minor moment where they were impatient, but either way, we're going to get more games in this first series.
I think like overall Quasar was kind of fighting a losing battle because without any good throwers on their side and relying solely on the M's, there's only so much of the map they could control. You know, granted it would be very powerful for like one side of the map, but on the other side they left the Max almost unchecked. They allowed the Janet, you know, to kind of overwhelm them in that first round of the set. So yeah, the missed opportunity there really, like with being able to keep the Ruffs alive, definitely has hurt Quasar here quite a bit, and hopefully he'll be able to come back a little bit stronger, given that the next one is the next map is going to be on Crystal Arcade, which is a gem spawner map. Hopefully they will be able to take those lessons hard and realize that they need a little bit more map control here, because otherwise if they concede too much ground to WWW, it'd be very easy for them to just overwhelm the squad.
And both teams have pretty even win rates, right? 40% on Quasar, 33 on WWW, which that Genie instantly picked up for Quasar, Otis and Max for WWW. The bands very, very much different, right? 6 different unique brawlers: Penny, Janet, Colonel Ruff, Squeak, Sandy, and Poco.
Yeah, Jean going to be the first one picked up, and that's going to be huge actually for Quasar if they can make full use of it. But nevertheless, you know, with the pick of the Max and the Otis here, there is a very clear game plan where the Otis will be supporting the Max in his attempt to try to take these gems from the spawner. And Quasar in the meantime will have to stew. No doubt he'll be playing a bit more of a flanker slash like setting up the speed zone so that the Gene will have more space to work with once he's on that gem spawn itself. Now the spike pick should be quite useful in making sure that the WW will not be able to overwhelm them that quickly. So still one more pick though that WWW will have to make before we can get to this game.
And Quasar going for a very, very zone control based composition, right? With that Gene as the gotcha, as kind of your fail-safe towards clutch moments. This is a line where I think the Ashe isn't too bad, but I think the Ems is fine as well for WWW.
Yeah, I mean, like, foregoing any of the throwers, should still be able to cover like one of the flanks. I actually think it's going to be Zen that's going to be contesting the Max for the gem spawn, whereas Gene's going to be playing more of a flanking role, and the Spike will be the support for the squad here. So I think they're going to be banking a lot more on the Stu's mobility as well as his speed zone actually to be able to keep more control over the gem spawner here. But I wonder how that's going to shape up with the Otis in the mix though, because WWW still has a lot of potential on their side.
It is set number 3 of this very, very intense, exciting lower bracket run. Quasar clearly the underdogs, and they've already drawn blood from WWW. First 2 gems goes over to WWW. We see the instant zone control coming up from that Max and the Ems. The right side shut right now. They're trying to get this spike through, but he's just outranged and outgunned. WWW, we've seen the adaptation from these veterans. Quick recovery, 4 gems, make it 5.
Trying to go into Ems one more time, and finally Klingring will be able to take him down, but I see we'll be able to get the trade onto him, and so far 5 gems are already in the hands of the Max right now, and only just now the Gene has taken control over the gem spotter, so scratch that, it was going to be the Stu in the end, but he does break up the wall a little bit on the right hand side, so hopefully that will be able to give a little bit of a base here with Quasar. But in the meantime, they have just lost him completely, so they won't have any gems in their hand. Zen only just able to come out to pick up 2 gems for himself, but WWW is already 6 and 3 gems ahead.
Uh-oh, they're all gonna get cornered because of that knockout earlier on. Shu also goes down. The aerosol spreads to Zen. Starting the countdown already, and Quasar, they do not have any gap closers. Getting on top of WWW for the reset is going to be very, very tough. They're not able to do it. There's 11 gems, and IC just being very cheeky. Gets the final one from behind and even takes out Klingring, because why not? WWW, a dominant game 1.
Actually, this Ems pick is so good for WWW. That's why, like, early game even, both the Stu and the Gene were just focused on trying to take the Ems down because they knew what a big threat she would be, especially up close and personal. And, like, the spread of her aerosol is that big that, you know, she can just afford to kind of, like, get closer, close to the enemy brawlers and just lay on that toxic cloud and make sure that he wouldn't be able to get the heals, nor will be able to get themselves close to the gem spawner.
And Shu just could not find any ground. Normally as a Stu, you want to be able to have control. You want to be able to have an anchor to move around. And in this case, he just isn't given that luxury. Quasar desperately trying to find some space into the center of the map. But this spike took the curve attacks, but when it comes to zone control in this map, I feel like the Sprout probably would do a bit better. They get rid of the M's nonetheless, but WWW already has 6 gems.
Yeah, that's 6 gems that Quasar do not have at all until Zen just picked up the first one, but that's only because WW is holding back and actually grouped up quite a bit. Now the health is a little bit low, but granted they're able to take down 1 so far, and Shu has already cleared out the wall on the right hand side, but nevertheless there's still plenty of cover to be used on WW's end. Now they do take down the M's, but it's still the threat of the Max to try to deal with, as well as the Otis, and their range is actually keeping Kling Ring from being able to do his job well here.
Spike has just gone down. There's a chance for WWW to walk up forward, and they will do just that. Again, right side wall broken, but the aerosol. One of the few attacks that if you run away from it, you take more damage. It's a pretty unique interaction thanks to the spread. Got closer around this time. WWW getting gem number 8. Shu just constantly breaking the walls, but I feel like you probably want to do it earlier, but nonetheless now they're able to cut through the right side and get control of the center zone. This Ems, unfortunately, as powerful as she is, gets grabbed, and that is the gotcha we're looking for. Would have been nice if they grabbed the Max. WWW 1 gem away from starting that countdown.
Yeah, but that's why you have the Max to be the one in the back line, because you let the teammates just take one for the team there. Just don't lose those gems. Now the Max is only 1 gem away, and he's already on top here. The the toxicity that the Eds is bringing is forcing the rest of Quasar all the way back as Kling Ring and Shu comes back in. The timer's already started here, but Max is not way close in, and they took down the Gene as well. Shu still having the gems in hand, has to go out against Ems, and unfortunately loses his gems on the ground. Kling Ring cannot do much with Otis constantly harassing him. The match is over, and WWW has just taken the 3rd set to make it 2 points now.
Would have been nice if they had the Gene Super Twist at the very end. WWW is swinging right back with 2 sets in a row. This one didn't feel close at all. Quasar could not overcome WWW.
Even though, like, you know, they were still able to kind of like fight on the ground there. It's just the M's pick. The M's pick here from WWW is so impactful, because not only is she constantly bringing the harassment onto Quasar's side, but also prevents them from being too aggressive, because they knew that once she puts out her super, you cannot be anywhere close to that gem spawner at all. The area effect is so wide that practically she becomes like a nuclear bomb in a way. You know, you just want to stay out of the radiation zone very much once she is fully up and online.
And I think WWW finally just, you know, having that match 1 is kind of a cheese moment, so it's fine for them. But you see set 2 and 3, and great recovery from this squad. A squad that a lot of fans, you know, look to them and say that they will make it to top 4. Madrid is a rematch that they also want to be able to attend to later on. And so far, they're doing all the right things, right? They're dominating Quasar, just like I feel like it's something that they were missing a bit last time when they were on the upper bracket, but now they have fully recovered.
Yep. And now there's still going to be a 4th game to play, which is going to be on Ring of Fire. And unlike the open zone that we saw earlier on, this one has a lot more better placements for turrets actually. So I do expect to see maybe even a Penny being like one that's going to be banned out a lot in this round here. But nevertheless, between the two of them right now, WWW seems to be already picking up a lot of steam now over the last 2 sets here. So Quasar, even though they managed to win the first one outright, it wasn't quite a clean it wasn't quite a good round for them for the last 2. So now they will be desperate to see whether they can try to stop this this resurgence that comes out from WWW here. But given how things went in that last map there, I don't know if they really have the chance to actually recover now.
You see the Max this time for WWW and Ruffs for Quasar. The Otis goes over to WWW again. I wonder if they would pick the M's. Last we saw when Rising Sun SA took on Brighton, the approach from Rising Sun SA and Brighton both do not include these brawlers, if I remember correctly.
But so far, I mean, there's not much to be said about Quasar's own pick, because the Ruffs is quite literally the safest pick you can do for the first one. You know, it's really going to be how he powers up the other 2 brawlers that's going to come into play here. So Lola gonna be a decent pick here actually, because like she's not only able to do a lot of good damage on her own, but with her super, which is the ego, she's gonna be able to keep a good presence on a hot zone once her super is up and live. But they still need to deal with the range that the Mac can provide here, and I think they still have to have someone that's tanky enough or to have a good healer on their side. But the problem is the Poco has already been banned. Actually, from both sides, they banned them out. So they either had to rely on, okay, so this is going to go over the Bonnie instead. So scratch what I was thinking just now. I was thinking they would probably go for something that would be able to bring heals. But instead, they just want to try to focus more on just having that survivability inside the hot zone itself.
Wonder if there will be a mech for the side of...
what?
Okay, so Otis is the last one. Okay, there it is, the M's, right? I was talking about maybe if WWE will pick the M's. I think they picked the M's first, Max second, and Otis third. But either way, M's right back for WWW. And we get the... Wait, isn't this...
That's a draft from the last
Wait, that's the last
map.
one.
Yeah, that's a draft
Right,
from the last map.
We'll figure it out for the last pick. But right now, I think we are going to just see updates. So far, we heard that the lobby unfortunately went down, but do not worry. When we get the lobby set back up, we're gonna have the same draft.
Yeah, ignore the draft going on right there because due to a bit of an error right now, we have to remake the lobby, so it's not gonna be dragged out a little bit here. But you know, having seen those last 3 sets just now, I mean, I get the sense that Quasar's first win was a bit of a fluke, isn't it? Because you know, it's just really
Kind of
because
cheese win, right?
the cheese, yeah, the cheese of the Daryl pick was what kind of won them. But the last 2 maps didn't seem like Quasar was able to fight on like WW's level. It feels like.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I think WWW, a good reason why they are kind of the favorites was because this was kind of the ex Rising Sun roster, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why the plethora of experience that they have compared to Quasar, you can easily say that WWW is the better team.
But now that we're going into this one here where it's a hot zone, I mean, let me think about like the map control that we managed to see early on. But
I think we see a mech from Rising Sun, right? I think there was a mech
from Rising Sun Esports. I mean, says EA. Yeah, they played the Meg in that one here, and yeah, the Meg would be still a good choice here to like, because like the Bonnie is sort of like a weaker Meg, to put it that way. Because like she starts off with the cannon straight up, and then is able to launch herself away from the hot zone, whereas the mech can kind of like still stay on the hot zone itself even if her mech gets destroyed. So I think the mech is going to be a lot more of a stronger pick there in that sense. But then the thing is that she does run on a bit of a timer once she does have that mecha online. So as long as the Bonnie is able to focus fire onto her a lot and then do the final shot to land the land Bonnie herself on top of it, that should be able to finish up the mech quite quickly.
Yeah, I think so too. And so far we haven't seen much marksman, right? Well, we see the Lola with the B, but we haven't seen like any Piper today, which is a bit of a surprise. But again, the picks are going to be the same for both teams. We see the Colonel Rouse of Quasar, Max and Otis for WWW. Nothing is going to be changed, so I am curious to see what the last pick for WWW is going to be.
Yeah, so we did see Quasar pick up the Bonnie early on. I'm not sure whether we'll be going that again this time because we're not sure when exactly the lobby crash happened. So, but they're still obliged to make the remake the same picks again. So it seems like they're going to be stopping at this point here right now to make more discussions whether or not they want to change up the last pick. But nevertheless, it's still going to be Lola picked up once again here to join up together with Ruffs, and we saw that early on, and now the Bonnie's picked up. So yeah, they're going to be confirming that same lineup here. So now what's the last pick here?
There it is.
The Carl is going to be the last pick here, and that's actually a decent choice because not only he's going to be very fast, he can be very tenacious as a flanker, but also the speed that he has means that, you know, coming out of spawn, he can very quickly get back on the hot zone to contest it.
Well, yeah, I mean, for WWW, this is basically kind of a very standard lineup for them, right? I think for Quasar, they just looking back at the series that they the sets that they played previously, I do feel like they are getting kind of outmaneuvered by WWW to a certain extent. Again, WWW, they just need one more set. They're off to that lower bracket finals to take on Madrid.
And very aggressively, Max is already on the hot zone now, taking the captures up. We do see the Ruffs now trying to get onto the flank here, but an indestructible post box here is making it hard for him to actually get a lead onto WWW at the moment. And meanwhile, the left-hand flank kind of been lost right now as the Bonnie's been forced off here. The Lola's taking a lot of damage now, will get taken down by the Max here, and Klingring is not going to be able to come out just in time to only try to counteract the Carl here. Gets one more shot on him and takes him down.
Finally getting some knockouts, but WWW still has control over the hot zone. And Shu doing his very best to get the Max away, but now they gotta do with the Carl. He's just gonna go in, spin, looking for a double, and gets it. WWW gains control of the hot zone once more, and Shu cannot find any good opportunities to use that super. Holds on to it as he goes down. Carl once more, just gonna try and spawn kill them at this point, and even gets it towards the end.
He should not be allowed to get away with that. 13 health and still was able to slip by that Ruffs. My goodness, that's going to hurt a lot on Quasar's side. And Zen, in the meantime, still taking a lot of damage. You can see Ice-T getting very aggressive against them. And Carl yet again finishes off the Lola. And while the Otis takes out the Bonnie, not even close at all. 100% to only 11. For the side of WW versus Quasar. And they take this round very handily.
Yeah, just spawn killing Quasar towards the very end. WWW now one match away from getting rid of Quasar in the tournament and also earning that match against Madrid later on. I think Madrid was real, right? Was accurate. They say that WWW is going to make it. This is a star-studded roster, very, very experienced. And that experience is really showing through. That the recovery, set one didn't matter. You know, it's kind of those rounds where you can just brush aside. But Quasar this time having a bit of a better start.
Yeah, and, the Klingring not able to keep the beat off, although now he's going to be switching around to the left-hand side. So IC is going to try to keep some pressure going here onto Quasar. And Klingring is going to be forced to swap with the Bonnie here as they will be taking their respective places. Carl now being suppressed, being forced to the back line here. So the Max is going to have to back him up. Now they unfortunately will not be able to take down the Bonnie before she takes out Carl, but at least they will be able to stabilize this push somewhat. But now the Colonel Rob is taking position inside the bush here, allowing Zen a bit more time to get a capture up. But he's only able to get a 38% so far. And now WWW seems to be regaining control over the hot zone.
Yeah, they used the Max Super to get onto the hot zone, and now this Carl needs to go big. Gets one. Still gets traded back. Quasar, okay, decently satisfied with that trade, but Zen is now low. Has to drop that ego. Use that ego to cap some of the sides a bit. The Carl just absolutely decimates this Bonnie. Shu did not stand a chance, and now Zen has just lost the ego. It's going to be between and the Max. The Max wins. WWW overtaking Quasar on that progress.
Yeah, the Max has just been a constant thorn on their side, and Klingring now having tried to do some geometry, not able to actually get the ricochet off onto the Max and on the Otis, and now he's already taken down another one yet again. And Otis, almost taking out the Bonnie there. Now she's on the ground here, only having 4,000. She's still trying to get the capture up and still able to survive there, thanks to Colonel Ruffs coming in to support her in time.
They have just cut off the supply line though. Respawn is going to come true, but WWW holding basically the blue spawn hostage. This Carl, he is spawn killing Zen. This Lola doesn't get to play the game at all, and now he comes in, cleans up the rest. WWW taking down the progress. They're 100% going to knock out Quasar. This is done and dusted. Set 4 secured. It's going to be a 3-1 score overall in this series for WWW over Quasar, knocking Quasar out of the tournament and now earning that match against Madrid later on.
Well, it's off back into the galaxies here for Quasar as they will bow out of the competition here as WWW moves on to face their real challenger, which is going to be Real Madrid for the final slot to get to that challenge final. So, but I do commend though Quasar for their efforts in that final hot zone round, because they still were pulling out all the stops. They were still trying their very best. It's just that Carl, too much for them to handle here from WWW's side.
Yeah, this Carl is absolute menace. You look at just the numbers in this game, not even close. WWW completely shut down Quasar. And now it's time to take on the real challenge, which is Madrid.
So with that done and dusted now, there's still only going to be that one more matchup to go, but I think throughout the day here, still very surprised that this competition still had the heist round in the first map in the series, because like I mentioned, that one's always kind of a bit of toss-up, right? But nevertheless, Quasar was able to use that to their advantage, but the next subsequent two maps, though, didn't really turn in their favor, and WWW, by the time they got to this hot zone round, they had absolute control over this whole situation.
Oh, and you can see how much fun WWW was having in this round, especially this Carl. This guy, he's playing Carl like an assassin. He's always hides in the brush, and always has the super ready for some reason. And getting taken out by a brawler that's wearing a frog mask doesn't feel any better.
I mean, that frog mask is gonna haunt them in their dreams tonight,
yes.
I think. So, but nevertheless, Quasar is still a commendable effort they managed to pull off here. He's managed to take one set off of them. Like compared to what we saw earlier with Brighton, just completely swept by Rising Sun Esports. So nevertheless, kudos to them for that regard. This will all not have been possible though without the support of our sponsors. Namely, we're going to be shouting out to Samsung because they're showing off the latest phone, the Galaxy S23 Ultra. Share the epicness and level up your game together with Samsung as they support us in the Snapdragon Pro Series to support the journeys of all of our Brawl Stars teams here.
Yeah, whether you're a photography addict or a gamer, this is the best phone for you. Just amazing performance, great in low light situations when you want to take photos, but when it comes to playing a game like Brawl Stars, which is high octane, fast paced, interesting, this is the phone that you want to get your hands on. I actually was able to look at it 2 weeks ago, and I absolutely love what Samsung Galaxy has came out with.
Like, what's the favorite part about the phone for you?
Oh, definitely photography and gaming. Just the optimization is perfect. We're gonna put that to rest for now, because we all know that it is going to be a longer break coming up. We're gonna allow all the people who are celebrating the holy month of Ramadan to break their fast. So we're gonna go for a 20-minute break, and when we come back, it's gonna be the last series of the day, Madrid taking on WWW. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Eh? なんだろうここ。やばい、マジでわからん。わかんないです。そこ切り抜く
That looks like a crystal arcade. Oh, okay, it's that one. I'm getting destroyed.
This is double swoosh. Oh, hang. Okay.
Oh, this is such a bad picture to show. Grass. Everywhere else with grass. Boom. I pass. Oh my god. Oh, my favorite map. Shit. Oh god. Okay. Oh. Yeah, there's so much grass. Yeah, obviously.
これは見たことない。狭き門かな。ファイナルアンサー狭き門でちょっとわかんないです。
Pinhole plant. Nice.
It's called Pinhole Pond, I think. It's the one with the square in the middle.
Oh, I can't. I cannot. Yeah, I passed. Yeah, exactly. Why is it so near to each other? I was wondering. Damn. Here.
Oh, okay. Safe zone. Yes.
これは安全地帯です。
I cannot pass.
Okay, okay, don't mess this up. This is safe zone.
Ugh. Okay. Okay. Shit. Oh my god.
Oh, come on. Come on. You have to pick this one. Come on. This is the 3-lane one. What do you call it? This is bridge too far.
Oh. The heist map. The mechanics map. Oh my god. How did I not? How do I not remember? Oh, what's the name?
これは橋の彼方。
Bridge too far.
Bridge too far? Oh, okay, brawler. Oh god.
これは炎のリングかな。
What is this? What is you?
Oh, come on. This is the really annoying hot zone map. Ring of Fire, I think.
Oh, yeah, hot zone. Ring of Fire.
Okay. Ring of Fire. Okay, I'm so scared. Okay. Nice. Hi, I'm ready from Crazy Raccoon. I do feel that it is more balanced considering that there are 60-something brawlers, but I do feel that still only half of them are on the meta actually, so it could be balanced more to give every brawler an actual chance, even more setting to play. I do feel that this meta is quite balanced. It's one of the best in the last couple months. There are a lot of things you can try, and we as a team are also looking to try out things more fun. So I quite like this current meta. I have seen someone play it, and I do feel terrified about it. Although the use of RT might be limited, it is still looks very, very scary in certain situations, and having that kind of limits our plays, so we have to be careful like in every game. So I'd like to say Max for Tensai. He is very, very good at it because of his mechanics and his playstyle. He sees through the mid and the sides, and the support he provides with the Max is very intimidating, and it represents him well. For Cite Tempo, I think Ems will be a fit for Cite Tempo. Like, he is an absolute beast in every offensive brawlers, and when he go with Ems, like in Brawl, that'll be when we have to be very, very scary. And for Moya, I think I like to see him play Leon because he is very unpredictable, and he really comes unexpected moves at some situations. And for me, I think Jessie will be the fit because that is the brawler I like the most, and the slow attack of Jessie really fits my playstyle, so I just love playing them. I feel that a little bit wider maps would give me more room for different playstyles, and I would really love to see Brawl Stars in a bit more wide game maps, as well as maybe a little bit more players, so that adds more versatility, and it really makes it kind of similar to the mobile games of the PC. So if that ever happens, like a 5v5, I will be very interested to play it. 勝つために全力を尽くします。応援よろしくお願いします。
Hi, my name is Chris. I'm also known as Wiggly Spoo. I'm the current coach of Team Flash. Yeah, I would remove artillery slash throwers. I think in terms of the standard game modes, they're kind of fine to have, but in a lot of competitive maps, when drafts are involved, they tend to become a little bit of a cheese pig that comes out in the end, and they're just really, really annoying to think about, especially when your opponent has last pick. Essentially, even in our drafts, we ban it out a lot when we have to deal with it in last pick, and if I could just get rid of it entirely, I think the game would be a lot simpler to draft with. I think we can't live without tanks. I think the tank category of brawlers are really, really fun to have. I think control in general, so like sharpshooters and marksmen, they slow down the pace of the game a lot. And there's skill involved in those kind of matchups, but where the real kind of tactical brilliance and a lot of the kind of flashy plays tend to be from tanks, I would say. I can't imagine a world without tanks. I think they've made a really good effort to try and diversify the kind of complexity, and in general I think a lot of the brawlers now are trying to come up with newer and newer concepts. RT, the latest brawler, is kind of like a hybrid between, I think a lot of people are saying he's kind of like Bell and Jackie combined into two different forms. Willow, which is coming out soon, I think it's gonna be a completely new concept, which is like a really kind of tactical based thrower that has mind control. So in general, I can see the attempt to make the game more complex, but I'm just wondering when this complexity is going to run dry, and I'm kind of a little bit worried because it does sometimes feel like they're running out of ideas. No spoilers, but it's really strong. I think it's really strong. I think you'll see a lot of competitive play, and I think there's going to be a lot of maps that he has to be non-negotiably banned. He'll be first picked. He's probably really broken. I like it a lot. I think the current state of the game is super dynamic. So we've had a lot of different metas where control was kind of like the only or like the premier style of drafting. Like it was very easy to draft yourself into a control based comp. But now I think where the diversity in terms of the number of tanks and the number of strategies that you can run with these tanks always makes you have to come up with a lot more balanced type of comps. And in these comps, it's really very skill dependent on the drafter and very skill dependent on how the team sees them executing the draft. So I think with our team, we really enjoy this meta more than any meta. We're kind of like this nirvana state where everything is viable, and that just feels really good. I think I can start with response. I'll pick Sam for him because he's a bit of a wild one and he likes to run it down sometimes. So that's for him. Prime is best represented by Spike because he's a little bit too quiet and sometimes a bit too awkward. Hiroshi is probably best represented by Max, not just because that's his favorite brawler, but because he's a little bit hyperactive sometimes and can't control his energy levels. Jaden is best represented by Frank, I would say, because he's got a bit of a dumb face sometimes and likes to come up with very interesting ideas.
www のマミシです。僕が一番強いと思ってるブローラーはポコで、今って3体キャラを禁止できるんですけど、ポコが厳しいキャラを全部禁止しちゃえば、もうポコに勝てるキャラがいなくなっちゃうので、ポコが一番強いと思います。シャープシューターですかね。やっぱり上手い人には勝てないんで、一番実力が出るタイプなんで、はい、シャープシューター消したいかなと思います。やっぱりタンクキャラクターで、やっぱドラフトの上手い下手にも関わってきて、やっぱり相性不利でも勝てたりするんで、はい、実力あんま関係ないタンクは置いといた方がドラフトに戦略性が出て面白いのかなと思います。弱いキャラがちゃんと弱くて強いキャラが強いので、やっぱり弱いキャラもうちょっと強くしてほしいなっていうのは思います。ちょっと使うのは難しいんですけど、やっぱりなんていうか必殺技が敵一気に倒したりして大会映えするので、使う機会があったら使いたいです。チームメイトの一人の良平さんはローラーでいつも使ってめっちゃ活躍してるのと、電武士さんは、B ですかね。敵いつも ESL 以外の大会では敵なんですけど、敵で使ってきて一番強いと思うのが B なんで、はい。2年ぐらい前なんですけど、自分がめっちゃブロスタにハマってて、自分が一緒によく遊ぶ人が出るってことだったんで、一緒に出始めたのがきっかけです。自分のプレイに集中したいんで、音を全部消してます。効果音以外。
Confidence is key, and my keys all jangling. I can open any door, serving body, face to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, like easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those wits. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink will convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clique. That's how we do. That's how we
bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Challenge Group Stage Season 2. This is the last day and we have the last best of 5 coming up to find out which team will secure the last slot into the top 4. This time it's going to be between Madrid and WWW. My name is Husky and alongside me is Victor Cax.
Yeah, this is going to be one heck of a showdown here because, like I said, there's only one more spot left for these teams to get into the challenge finals. So who's it going to be? WWW or Quasar? Oh, sorry, for
Madrid.
Madrid. We'll see how that will turn out here later on.
Very, very exciting to see what's going to happen. But, you know, to even kickstart this journey is not easy, but we were able to do it because we had the support of our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They, when winning matters, they were the one who brought this vision to life. They gave these teams a platform to showcase what they're made of. Off seasons would be so much different if we didn't have these guys coming in and giving all these players a stage to perform and just making sure that everyone gets their fair share of that spotlight.
Exactly, because Snapdragon has been with us for 2 seasons now, and we thank them so much for their support. And for all you guys at home right now, between WWW and Madrid, who do you think is going to be having that chance to get a final slot? Let us know through your match predictions inside our Twitch chat right now. We will be seeing the live results of that later on as we get into the matchup, so it's going to be kind of interesting to see what you guys at home think.
Yeah, and Madrid early on, before the Quasar WWW series, did say that WWW is going to win. Well, now that has come true and Madrid will face off against WWW. Again, another kind of domestic rivalry, but this time only one will make it true, right? One of the rosters we didn't expect to make top 4 was definitely Help Me, you know, Kenji, Achapi. These guys have always been kind of in the top 4, top 6 in Season 1, but now they were the first thing to make it true. We have, you know, Team Flash qualifying, and earlier on, we just got our 3rd representative, which is Crazy Raccoon. Right now, I think if you are Madrid, you are looking to get that last spot.
Indeed, because like when you look at who are the people who make up Madrid here, it's no surprise why they are kind of favorites even among the community. Because you got Milk Rio, who's been a stalwart in the Brawl Stars community. You got Shizuku, who's a bit of a legend actually when you consider the Japanese Brawl Stars scene. So there's definitely going to be a lot of hype and a lot of support going on behind them, and that's going to be a lot that WWW will have to live up to.
And we'll see how that's going to turn out. But before we jump into the series, we got to hear what Madrid has to say.
ここまで来たなら勝ちたいと思っていました。もう少しいいピックをしたかったです。具体的にはタンクを使うとか、そういう強気なピックをしたかったです。
A man of little words, but a lot of will and determination. One last best of 5 separates Levi, Mukuro, and Shizuku from that top 4 spot. And it's very, very exciting when we talk about the Challenge Finals. And remember early on, I say I can't reveal where it is yet. I still can't do it just yet. But if you stay until the end, then we will let you know what is going to happen. But for now, keep our eyes in the elephant in the room. It's going to be Madrid. A roster that, like you mentioned early on, right, they have been around for a long, long time, but they've never broken into that top 3. This is a very good chance for them to do so.
Indeed, I mean, just getting into this challenge finals is already going to be a huge boost to their own presence actually within the scene. So I'm going to be excited to see whether or not this lineup of Levi, Melchior, and Shizuku will be able to live up to the hype here as we get into this matchup. But their opponents here are not going to be any slouches either. They're just really going to be giving them quite the run for the money here, because WWW, who are, of course, as we alluded to in the we're doing the matchup with Quasar earlier, they are kind of like they are the ex-Rising Sun team. They are a team that has been competing even from Season 1 of Snapdragon Pro Series. They're no strangers at all to the fields of battle, as it were, and even stats-wise can be quite comparable to Madrid's own performance overall.
Yeah, and when we look at kind of the statistics, when we look at the teams and the accolades, right? Madrid is a team that Team Flash also gave a lot of props to. Remember, Team Flash wanted to face Madrid in the first ever upper bracket finals for Group B, and they were able to get it, right? Group number 2, they got it. They won Madrid 3-2. So high praises for this team. And earlier on, we said Quasar is the underdog. Well, now that torch has been passed over to WWW.
Yeah, so very much, it's gonna be one heck of a matchup we're gonna be seeing here later on, and I can't wait to see how this will all turn out. So I think map pool wise will be similar to the kind of match we had seen early on in the previous match here. Let's go ahead and have a look at what the predictions are though for both of these teams here. I expect there's gonna be a lot of voting going on. Ooh, and Madrid actually winning by quite a healthy margin.
And remember, last time these guys met in their opening matches, Madrid destroyed WWW 3-0. So this is a very important rematch for these two teams, especially for WWW. They're back with a vengeance, and if you can sack Madrid and qualify in their state, this would be the best revenge ever.
Yeah, I'm just seeing that bar getting redder and redder as time goes on, as more people laid in their votes. So certainly Madrid's going to have a lot of support behind them. I wonder how many of them are just voting because they are fans of Real Madrid, or they're just fans of the actual lineup that comprises Madrid in this competition here. But nevertheless, though, I think WWW is going to have a lot of still have a lot of work to do. But I do think they stand a decent chance. I mean, again, they had already dispatched one squad, 2 squads coming into this competition here, but now coming to this rematch against Madrid, it's really going to be a true test of their might coming to this competition.
Yeah, could be a storyline just like Rising Sun esports SEA, right, where we got to the first hurdle and suddenly you have this massive roadblock in front of you that feels insurmountable, and it does feel like Madrid is that roadblock, but WWW is, I would say, is a very, very veteran team. We've seen them so many times, and maybe this is going to be a closer fight than most people would have anticipated. We're heading to look at the map pool again. It's the same as the earlier lower bracket finals. We get layered kick to start it off, followed by open zone, pinhole punt, Bell's Rock, and Hard Rock Mine.
And layer cake, given its map structure here, means that map control is going to be of more importance rather than trying to fight the brawlers. But what we even saw from the previous lower bracket final matchup too was that, you know, you still had players who had to be very aggressive and actually get kills done there in order to be able to secure things. And what with Rising Sun was doing in that previous matchup there, kind of lost it a little bit because of the lack of control over the flanks. So we'll see whether or not Madrid and WWW will have a slightly different game plan. This is going to be the banning phase once again. And looking at the bans right now, got Jenny being taken out from both sides. Jean and Tick from Madrid has Madrid has removed both the Tick and Jean from the brawlers pool.
And this Penny instantly grabbed by WWW. It's a pick that I think most Japanese team, you know, would go for by default. So WWW picking it up, very, you know, common, kind of expected for layered cake. I wonder if the Carl would be an option, right? Or because the Max is now gone, Carl still does feel like it could be an alternative. We also saw the Sprout, I believe. That could also be something that I think Madrid can consider.
Yeah, and Sprout had particularly had a lot of trouble in that. Rather, there was a big trouble for Rising Sun Esports in that previous matchup here. Nevertheless, Madrid was still away their options here. Instead of one more brawler to pick as we go into the line here. And I want to see whether or not they will be prioritizing more on those killers and more on the map control here, because I feel they kind of have to have options for a bit of both. Leon would be a very, very potent kind of a flanker if he can slip through the lines and actually set up his lollipop. That makes him a very just basically makes him a very dangerous presence to be had if he happens to be in the back line here for your team.
And just to give a bit of a history about Shizuku as a player, right? I mean, last time, you know, when he played in last year, he always fell to the hands of like the Zeta divisions. 1 and 0, never made it past them. Always a 5th to 8 when it comes to the East Asia Finals for the Brawl Star Championship. And you know, even at the start of the year, right, they also had to go through like different roster. You know, they had to fight Crazy Raccoons at one point. And Shizuku lost to Crazy Raccoons in the February East Asia Monthly Finals, 1-3. But there has been improvement in the overall finish for him as a player. Eventually, they were able to get, you know, 1st to 4th in the monthly qualifiers top 8 for East Asia. They're starting to win more and more games. So this one is going to be very, very important for him, I think, as a player to be able to make it into that top 4 and qualify for Challenge Finals. We see the RT for the first time, and now we see the Sprout for WWW.
Yeah, and the Carl is going to be picked up to round up the lineup now for Madrid. So, yep, the Sprout kind of called it there. The Sprout will be very useful, especially with these bushes here and plenty of choke points to use on this map as well. And it actually, like, now that I look at it, Legal K has a lot of indestructible walls compared to other maps. So that perhaps will become a factor here because the Sprout can be very, very effective using those bushes for cover as well to block some of these choke points, particularly on the flanks. So it's going to be of utmost importance now for them to pick up the blue star here. And Carl will be able to do that for Madrid, so already 1 star up.
I do want to see how this RT is going to get put to use, you know, by the side of WWW. Actually, Madrid, they were able to get the blue star thanks to Carl. It's just a very common Carl trick. But WWW putting a lot of pressure already. The supercharge already coming online for both the Sprout and the RT. This is where the Sprout can really start cutting off these choke points. They know that Shizuku is going to be on that left side for this Leon. They also have the right side, you know, control. Milkro barely getting it out with 15 HP. Shizuku cutting through the middle, taking control of that midsection, cornering WWW onto that right side.
I mean, it's still kind of even in terms of map control between the two of them, but you can see now, breaking to the back line, there is the Penny.
The cannon.
Tries to try to keep the Carl at bay, but Shizuku now, having the lollipop drop down, is going to be able to keep himself hidden inside the bushes and as well on the flank on the left-hand side, making it hard for the RT to be able to do his job right now, forcing him to back off. But now he's already backed out to join up with the rest of his squad here. They still have only that slim 1-star lead, but so far no kills done until just then when Sprout managed to get a good landing, but still not being able to confirm the kill pretty much.
The cannon is being a big problem that Madrid can't deal with. And look at Levi, he's on in the corner. Milkrio getting just bursted down. And that's the chokehold that WWW has been looking for. Keep Madrid pinned down. This penny cannon. There's no way for Madrid to deal with it. This Sprout doesn't make it any easier as well.
Yeah.
And WWW can just run the clock. Levi going on the offense. The super instantly become ineffective thanks to the Sprout super. Shizuku gets clipped at the end. WWW off to a great start.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that penny turret has no business staying alive for that long, but just with the way the Sprout was able to block things off was making it very hard for them to actually just push through right through the middle. So WWW taking a very convincing first round win here in this first map. Let's see what Madrid will do in response here.
And this turret is going to consistently be a problem because you don't want the Carl to use the super just to break that penny turret. He's going to be able to set it back up instantly afterwards. And there's not really a way for Madrid to deal with it. I think that's going to be the biggest problem. Shizuku getting pressured, goes in for the challenge, gets that KO. Very, very crucial.
Yeah, man, that's already 3 stars ahead now for Madrid, and we've been holding that lead for quite a while early on, but WWW now having control over the middle of the map. He's going to be trying to extend the control with RT still in the middle, while the penny moves up from the right-hand side, keeping them under pressure here, forcing them to fall back all the way to spawn right now.
Oh my goodness!
Good jump there, but Levi taking down both the penny as well as the Sprout. That's already 9 stars going the way of Madrid. This could snowball very easily.
Yeah, such a better opening compared to match number 1, and now WWW are on the receiving end of all these punishments. Shizuku being able to find more breathing room to maneuver around. Milkrio controlling the left. WW pushing back. Now with the Sprout super, it's gonna keep Shizuku away. Levi just popping that super, but instantly gets blocked off by Mameshi. And WW just like that took all the space back. Now they are really pushing on to Madrid with the penny cannon.
Yep, Penny Candy set on a slightly different line here, but it's because there's not much room for them to work with on the right-hand side, with the Carl still being a threat. Now the Sprout tries to break out, kind of cut him off a little bit, but unfortunately doesn't quite trap him, so he's able to get back to spawn. Milkrio unfortunately catches a straight shot from Penny, and now is down. He's only just able to come out spawn here to try to force back, but Mameshi with another hit, taking down Shizuku. That's already one more star away from them from being able to overtake Madrid, but it's only 17 seconds left.
They finally took out the cannon. This is going to be really close. Carl doesn't have the super to work with as well. Knife onto Milkrio towards the very end. Levi just can't get in range. WWW again, the setup with the penny cannon. Way too much for Madrid to deal with. Set number 1 for WWW.
Wow, that's actually quite impressive here from WWW, like showing up Madrid in this first map alone, and given that this is a bounty round that emphasizes that map control, it seems like they do have the full package as far as like the skills are concerned. Nevertheless, there's still plenty of time now for Madrid to try to get themselves up to speed. 2 more maps to try to play here, and I think like with WWW already taking that first map, that's already putting them 1 step ahead now of Madrid in their quest to get that 4th slot.
And it's gonna be an interesting finals, right? At least WWW draws first blood. That's already way better than last time that they met, where Madrid just crushed WWW 3-0. This time, we see the opposite happen. WWW left the mark on Madrid, and revenge feels like a very probable outcome. But you look at this set 1, just full control. There's Sprout and Penny, so effective.
And it was critical that they just kept the penny turret alive for the whole time. That's what gave them that advantage. So that's why Madrid from the next round on didn't really give them that chance to set up that turret as they liked. So it took them a while, but once they finally got it down, you can see the way they were able to keep them besieged the whole time. And all it took was just Mameshi being able to land his shots to finally win that war of attrition that allowed them to win that first map for his matchup.
And I wonder if Madrid will start respecting that penny. Take it out if you don't want to deal with it. Especially when we go to open zone, right? This is not as much as the penny map compared to layered cake. And that's why penny led through again. We see the Poco, no B, no Bonnie, no Lola, no Max. Crow gets taken away by Madrid.
Yeah, Meg is still up for the take here though, so I wonder if the WWW is going to be able to take that, given that they do have 2 brawlers to pick up here. But one thing they do have to consider is that now the Crow has like the poison potential there. That could potentially shorten the amount of presence that the Meg will be able to have on a hot zone, because she'll be very exposed once she hops into the mech and gets onto the hot zone in this instance here. So Janet will be picked up here. That should be able to provide some good area control support once she gets a super up and running. Still one more brawler to pick, and yep, the Meg will be on the side, the WWW.
That's kind of expected. You know, we've talked about this Meg. The first team that picked it today was Rising Sun Esports SCA. Let's see the Meg back. Obviously, the one thing that the teams lack right now on the side of WWW is that mobility. It's going to be a bit tough to catch this Crow, who has an ultimate that allows him to just reposition. I was looking at the Bonnie, but Bonnie was banned out. The Stu could be an option Madrid want to go for. They go for the Pam, so they want to anchor down and just really take WWW head on.
Kind of risky actually, because if Pam is not able to get her chest down in a very secure spot, the only spot I could think of that she could put down where it will be useful is behind that indestructible wall. But if she doesn't have that fallback plan, she can be very easily dispatched actually, as long as they focus a lot of fire into her. I think what she does have going for her instead is the range that she has. And Madrid picks up the Byron, so yeah, they're very much prioritizing the heals here. It's like, as long as the Pam can provide a very reliable anchor to allow the Byron to do his job, and Milkrio as a Crow is able to keep flanking and taking out the Jenny before she gets a super, this could put Unreal here under a lot of pressure here as a Meg.
Yeah, this is a good throwback to Season 1, where Byron is always present. Right? If you don't pick Byron, you are trolling the game. Yeah, Pam and Byron, very, very old combo. You throw in that Crow, you basically eliminate all the healing options from WWW. Not like they would go for it anyways. The Penny selected by WWW again, but this time it's gonna be a bit harder to set up those cannons. There's less cover for the cannon to hide behind. We'll see how Madrid navigates this.
Yeah, I mean, there's really just two options where you can place the Penny's cannon. So I think for Madrid's side, all they have to do is just guess one of the two, and probably will be able to take it out quite quickly. But they need to do that dispatch very much so, because the Pam alone on a hot zone can become a bit of a liability if she's not being healed up constantly. That's why she needs to have a good placement for her treasure chest, and that's why Byron needs to be able to stay alive so they can keep both the Crow and the Pam active during these fights.
Yeah, Milkrio, he's just going to be playing on that right side. Unfortunately, the spread from this Janet is just a bit stronger, and they just focus fire down Shizuku. Great start from WWW, already making a lot of headway, 25%, a quarter through the progress on this hot zone.
Ooh, the amount of damage and range that Mameshi has in that mech is absurd, because it literally was able to take out that Byron to just relative ease. Now she loses a mech here, but they've already done so much damage, 43% now on a hot zone, going up to 50 at this point, before Madrid finally is able to inch their way forward and force Mameshi off of the point.
And one of the problems that might be a constant in this set is that the lack of heavy damage to take down the mech, right? I mean, Crow, you are great for delaying healing, but overall damage for Byron, Pam, Crow, none of them are good at bursting down this mech, which is why it's taking them so long. Mameshi, he's already used his second mech at this point, finally pushed away. But the mech comes back up, Mameshi! Ooh. Big clutch timing. Madrid did all that work for nothing.
Wow, for a moment there, Byron was keeping Pam healed up quickly enough. And actually saw some quite clutch play from Milkrio there to wear down Mameshi, but he still was able to charge his super up very quickly though, and got his mech for the second time. Now Jenny bringing her bombing straight into the back line here, tries to take out the Pam, but is not able to do so before the mech gets taken out. So that's a bit of a loss for their part. Madrid though, they are going to be able to get themselves back on the point, so now they're doing some good progress in terms of capture percentage, but WWW, they just need 50 more percentage points and they are done for this round.
Treasure chest laid down by Levi, now holding a very crucial anchor. WWW just needs to find a way to get in. No Janus super, so It's gonna be hard for them to break through instantly, but they're using that brush on the left-hand side, and Crow range not able to get clip on this Penny. He's just gonna run right through. Levi gets bulldozed down by this Mac, and now the Janet Super comes back up. WWW looking for match number 1, and they have found it.
Yeah, the range of Pam's healing is just not good enough because it only covers barely even a third of that hot zone. So even though the Pam was trying to be an anchor because she placed it so far forward, all the Meg had to do is just wear her down while she's on the board on the edge there. And when she realizes what was up, by the time she even got to the chest, the Meg was already up and online, and Meg just made quick work of her.
WWW looking so much better today as compared to when we saw them last time. Madrid giving them a kind of a devastating spanking. And this time, a bit of a more even start. Levi does go down. And Shizuku is basically doing a three-man job on his own. Milgro finally takes one down, but Mameshi again gets into the Mac. This bulky piece of metal, just automation is running down Levi. WWW getting back onto the point. Shizuku takes down Mameshi with the poison. Milgro finally does something. Shizuku just evaporates in the face of the Penny.
Yeah, a bit less than 1,000 health there actually for the Penny, so that she was so incredibly lucky to actually survive that onslaught. Mameshi now gets a Mac back up, the range not quite enough to catch a Pam quite yet, but the damage is what's going to be very worrying. The Pam finding a bit of damage, but is able to fight back quite well. Mameshi now down to 2,000 health here, is going to be forced to fall back. Not going to be that effective now. He's going to have to wait for the next super, but may not be able to do so if he's not able to be careful enough. As Levi picked up the kill, and he was not able to get a trade there was Janet, as both of them take each other out.
Big clutch by Levi, dropping that treasure chest at the end, keeping himself alive for a bit longer. And now Janet, but actually finds himself in the back line, split from the rest of his team. Shizuku goes right down, Levi next to fall. WWW have a huge mountain to climb. They need 70% of progress, undisrupted by Madrid. And Shizuku has his super backup. Mameshi trying to get that health pool up. WWW not really the most durable without that mech. They need that mech right now.
Yeah, she needs to get a super up. Now she's just trying to farm it off, but taking onto Levi. Now she finally gets a mech up and instantly vaporizes the Pam. Now just needs to take out Shizuku, but no! Both of them were on a hot zone and we were only 3 health. The Byron was able to make the difference here from Madrid as they take the second round.
Finally, Madrid striking back, taking a fairly convincing one against WWW. I thought, WWW were just gonna win this straight up with how consistent they've been. Madrid finding a bit of that control that they were lacking in game 1. WWW, no switch up just yet, going with the same arrangement. But for Madrid, now they put the Pam against the Penny.
They have to stagger like the farming that they can do on their super on the WWW side. That seems to be what will be key here, because if WWW has everything going their way and the mech is able to come up quite consistently, they wouldn't have a chance on that hot zone. So knowing that Milky is doing his utmost best here to avoid, not just try to keep Mameshi suppressed, but also to avoid taking damage from him, because he knows every little bit of pip that he concedes of him is going to allow her to get a mech up. Indeed, Mameshi gets the mech up now, tries to run down Byron here. They still haven't done much progress here on the side, but Shizuku catches a stray there, and Mameshi takes him down.
And the Levi is getting basically pinned out in a corner. And he also gets taken out, WWW, on the hot zone. They did have to trade the mech in return, but Shizuku respawns and is able to push his Janet away instantly. Mameshi getting basically pressured. Milkro and Shizuku working side by side to get control of the zone.
Pressure, more like pummeled actually, because he just barely got out of spawn before he got just ganged upon by both Milkyo and Shizuku. Now he gets back the mech back on, but unfortunately Janet's already taken down Byron, so there's not much that Madrid could do now to face up against his mecha. Now Levi is going to try to hold her own here. Does have plenty of health here as Mameshi tries to wear her down and does take her out completely while still having health to spare on her mecha.
Shizuku just doing a lot of work right now, a lot of heavy lifting, but WWW retakes the lead. Shizuku goes down, and somehow this Penny hiding behind the barrel, using that spread to not only keep himself alive, but get these knockouts. And now the cannon set out in a very offensive position, but no one can take care of it. Levi wants to break right through, but can't find it. Milkro forced to toss that potion to break it, but Mameshi still has that mag. The longer that Max stays alive, the harder it is for Madrid. Shizuku makes sure that's not the case.
Yep, they're going to continue to try to push on now with the Meg having to come back from spawn. And still, the turrets are something that Shizuku has to watch out for, because time and time again, that's actually caught her out off guard. Janet now going for the bombardment, trying to catch trying to force a Pam away here, allowing them to take out the Byron and to force Shizuku back him into a corner right now. Penny set it up. Yeah, the pet heads up the turret one more time. Shizuku goes with a jump, but unfortunately loses his life before he's able to contest. Thus, WWW takes this set 2-1.
Second set for WWW. We are in the red zone right now for Madrid. Feels like a complete reversal from the first time they met. Madrid was the one that got 3-0, but this time WWW with a 2-up. Big cushion for them to fall back on if Madrid strikes back to the next set. But so far, WWW have been stellar.
Wow, this is like actually honestly kind of surprising, you know, knowing how well the players of Madrid are, you know, when we saw them in the upper brackets before. So I want to see whether or not WWW will continue this momentum here, because they're certainly snowballing very, very well here. We're having won the first map and now the second one on Hot Zone. So this third one is going to be the make or break moment here for Madrid now, which is quite a far cry from the level of confidence we were seeing from them early on during those interviews. But I digress, you know, maybe WWW might just have a little bit more tricks up the sleeve than we really gave them credit for.
Yeah, and you know, WWW, this is a lower bracket run, right? Again, this is a grudge match. Last time they got pummeled 3-0, now they're looking to pay it back. We're going to settle it on a soccer field again. Pinhole punt. Both teams having played this map on broadcast before, Madrid having a higher win percentage. But it feels like it doesn't really matter. Maybe this is the first time that the fans' vote will not be enough.
Well, we'll still see. Can't count your chickens until the fat lady sings. Oh, I think I might have just messed up that quote right there. Never mind. Going on to the draft pick right now. The bans are already through, so the Penny has been taken out of the pool. So is the Ruffs, and that's going to be that's also the Bia taken out by WWW. They've already confirmed their first pick, which is going to be the Janet. What will Madrid do in response instead?
Get the Stu out. Stu and Ems. Very, very common, you know, for this this map. I think we also had Colonel Ruffs when we saw was it Bright? No, Crazy Raccoon when they play against Bright Rising Sun Esports, right? They also had the Colonel Ruffs. I think it could be an addition for Madrid because the Crow. Well, Colonel Ruffs actually banned out. I didn't notice that. So no Ruffs, no Crow. Max is also banned out. Wonder what else is left for Madrid. The Otis goes over to WWW.
I'm trying to think like what would be good. I mean, the Stu will have a lot of speed here, and if he gets the speed zone down as well, can create a good sight line to go towards the center. But Dempsey, rather like WWW goes for a Gene pick here. So I think they were really trying to go for like kills instead to try to open things up so that they can get the ball into the court. Sorry, but the ball into the goal. But conversely, the M's is going to make it quite hard for them, given that there are quite a few choke points, no less due to the choke points being formed by the indestructible walls that will still stay even after overtime. So I think like Madrid are definitely going for more of that control, and with the pick of the Squeak, they are certainly trying to make sure that the Otis has to stay far away from that Gene as much as possible, unless they both take damage from the stickies, and hopefully be able to use the Stu to flank and hopefully break up their defensive line. So, I mean, I can't really say for sure right now who has a better draft here. I suppose we have to wait and see as we get into the game.
Could be the last set for Madrid. Scary thought for Madrid fans.
I know, right? I mean, this is literally their forte, isn't it? Football, of all things.
Want to see how WWW can close it out. Mameshi already off to a good start. This Gene again, this can be pretty deadly. Oh, that's gotcha pick. Levi, the Squeak zone control. When we saw this from Rising Sun SEA, it really felt like it didn't work out. But Madrid able to really put a lot of pressure. Levi just connecting all those stickies. Now Set having the ball in possession, can't find an angle.
Yeah, he has to pass the ball off, and the M's is still having a lot of trouble right now trying to keep the Ruffs under control. Finally does take him down, but nevertheless, Milkro gets a clear line of sight to the goal, shoots it, and scores for Real Madrid.
Yeah, Madrid, they have won a championship trophy before. Even I who don't watch soccer knows that. So there's a reputation to keep. But this M's, a lot of pressure. They trade 2 for 1. This Otis, barely able to get the reload back up, but still ends up going down. A stalemate in this midfield, but for Madrid, just gotta keep this soccer ball away from their own goal. WWW now have the burden to find an equalizer.
If it does end up becoming like a back and forth like this is only going to benefit Madrid because that will run the clock out and they will win by default. So now the Jeanette is going to go ahead and put the bombs on the ground here, trying to take out Levi, but still not able to pin him down too much. And another Sticky will actually end the Jeanette as soon as she lands on the ground. So that effort is kind of wasted a bit, and Madrid still not budging from the midfield.
Yeah, Levi put on his dancing shoes basically. 50 more seconds, WWW still trying to break right through. Mameshi is holding on to his super. Can't find an opening just yet. Now grabs Milkro into his face. Milkro just trying to spray him down with aerosol. Even uses the super, but can't find it. Overall, they still trade 1 for 1. Still good news for Madrid. Levi just walks forward for Mameshi. And Madrid in full control of this first match.
Ooh, Levi is absolutely killing it right now with not only stickies, but also Shizuku moves up in time to pick up the kills. Look at him picking up another one onto Otis once more, keeping WW in pressure right now. They don't even need to worry about the ball. It's all about keeping them tied up and occupied. And Shizuku, yet again, putting up more kills there, taking another one down from WW's side, making sure that Otis cannot get away. Another sticky there, almost taking him out before he was able to defend the ball. But nevertheless, the timer does run out. Madrid, having scored the first goal, will win the round outright.
Now this is a finals worth watching. At least for the lower bracket. They have to win this set though. It would be all for nothing if Madrid can't close out the set. They just need to win this one, and then we would go to set number 4. And WWW starting to kind of feel the heat a bit. Milkro just walks on forward, but there's a lot of focus on that left side. Can't break right through. Levi sends the ball alongside with some extra present in the form of the stickies, but ends up, it's going to be a 1 for 1 trade. This time Otis was able to keep Shizuku at bay, but they need to move forward though. Otis right in the face of Milkro, even disarming this M so she can't use that aerosol. But they get these kills, but they need to make progress.
Where did this Otis play come from? That was actually quite brilliant. Only just to kind of like delay things and make sure that WWW is able to get themselves back up to the central line. So now they just need to keep Madrid under control. Unfortunately, Speed Zone is already out. Suzuku is making sure that he can keep the ball in place. Passes on to Ems. Ems now not able to find a spot here. Actually passes it all back to herself. Cannot quite break through where that member of WWW is. And now just keeps the ball ping-ponging around the map here. Finally falls to the hands of the Jeanette. Now allowing her to get a super down as she's trying to bar Levi. Lots of bombs being sent down to be able to take out a squeak, and looks like WWW has just survived another onslaught.
But they need to get through Shizuku. This two is very, very mobile. They can't catch him, and that's going to buy enough time for the rest of Madrid to respawn. And now Levi back on the field once more, getting grabbed by Mameshi. Mameshi does not show any mercy to this squeak. So annoying, but Shizuku going absolutely huge right now. They cannot catch him. Shizuku is a shadow.
Yeah, he is completely killing it there, taking down the Jeanette now. It's going to be up to Mameshi to see if he can get another grab yet again, but his super I don't think is quite ready yet. Suzuku now focusing onto that Altis, running down to Jeanette. Actually get a bombardment onto the M's, taking it out completely. Now Levi is able to get a trade, but unfortunately opens himself up to an attack by Mameshi, and is still in a war of attrition right now in this round. 30 seconds left before overtime is called, but still no team is able to get the ball close enough to the goal.
Finally, Shizuku goes down. It took him so long. WWW just could not get rid of the steal. Mameshi finally breaking through that midfield, sending the ball. The passes are there. Can they just walk it in? The rebound! At the last moments, WWW looking to bring this to a match 3. Madrid, surely they can't clutch this out. Not even Madrid can do it. Shizuku will try, gets the ricochet. The rebound is there. They are pushing forward, but no more time is available. We're heading to match 3.
Yeah, this is going to be it here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, WWW, what a comeback there, because for the longest time, they had so much trouble trying to deal with Suzuku Stu, and only just after taking him down was finally able to get a good opening to go for the goal. So now, Madrid under immense amount of pressure, because yet again, they have to win this to bring this to a decider. Otherwise, WWW is just going to walk all over them. Suzuku sends the ball straight to the middle here, now uses that opportunity to get onto Mameshi, takes it down completely, but look at that, the ball's been cleared to the side by the Jeanette, and Suzuku just takes her down, but he's probably feeling frustrated right now.
And that is perfectly fine with WWW. You can't get the ball, so Madrid will have to be the one that takes it. Shizuku, oh, he is not happy. Instantly sends the ball forward. Mameshi needs to look for a pass, gets it regardless. WWW still retains possession. Madrid able to momentarily break right through, but now Jeanette Super Unleashed trying to catch Shizuku. He is still alive. He is still dancing around the members of WWW. The ball now dangerously in possession of Madrid. Can Otis clear it?
Yes.
And the last second gets it out of the way and even takes away the steal. Milkro also goes down, but Mameshi grabs him. Madrid still haven't finished the job just yet.
Apologies, because I cannot recognize which player of WWE was on the Otis, but that was brilliant. That was just brilliant there for the Otis. Just bought them enough time now. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. They're back into the midfield once more. Stu has got his speed zone down, so he's yet going to be a very big customer, but actually the speed zone got taken down quite quickly though. Now Milkro Shizuku is going to try to gang onto Mameshi. Mameshi now picks up the ball and actually tries to clear it away. He does have to back up his teammate though, as Jeanette now sends out a bombardment straight onto Shizuku, taking out the Stu. Can he take out a Levi as well? Yes, he will!
The spread at the last second, at the edge as well, Mameshi getting him away, but this Janet doing so much work with the Super. WWW, one more round, and it's going to be top 4 for them. Madrid really feeling the pressure right now. They have... This is completely different from the last time. You see the difference that 1 week can make for these teams. The Squeeze Super completely missing. Oh, Levi, he is feeling the tension.
Oh yeah, I mean 30 seconds left before overtime. Now finally to get possession of the ball. Levi getting the pass now. He's trying to get past Mameshi here, but Mameshi holds him back. He's tanking all of those stickies there. Still is able to stay alive there. Now it looks like the Jeanette is going to be forced to try to take one of Suzuku, but not able to take it down before she gets taken out. Now Otis is still there to try to defend on the goalpost. Grab the Suzuku. They take him down completely. 12 seconds left before overtime here, but it seems like WWE might be doing it, but Madrid's keeping the pressure going.
Yeah, Levi, he tried to go for the ball pass and I hand you a couple of shots, but Squeak's damage takes time to trigger so that you can't retrieve the ball in time. Shizuku gets rid of the Otis. Maybe this is the chance. This Janet has no super. Healing up thanks to the Gene. Janet looking to buy time. Respawn coming through for the Otis. They can't get rid of him. He is still hiding behind the wall. We might get a tie at this point. And I think Madrid will be happy with a tie if that's the case. 40 seconds. Shizuku still dancing. They can't get rid of him. And I say that they finally took him down. Half a minute left. Madrid mounting that iron defense. Janet Super coming right through. Mameshi has his super as well. They grab Milkro. Milkro goes down. Madrid holding that final line of defense. Shizuku and Levi basically throwing their bodies at this point. WWW can't cut through. We might get a tie.
Yeah, we might get a tie. 15 seconds left before they can score the goal. Can they find an opening? Mameshi picks up the ball now. He's still got Suzuku get through. He's going to try to shoot. He's going to try. He's super coming true, but no, not able to get the ball in the point. 3 seconds left. Madrid holds him up just in time to keep it a draw.
Yeah, Madrid Shizuku clears it at the final second. WWW with one last Hail Mary. The super shot almost cut through the entire lineup, but we got one more chance for Madrid. Getting the tie isn't enough. They gotta win this.
But this actually makes me a bit worried for WWW, because even with the advantage they managed to get in overtime, they still were not able to get past Madrid's own defense. Now Mameshi taking a lot of damage now, forcing the Otis to pick up the ball. Now to get a pass right away. Oh boy, they're going to walk it in here. Levi needs to hold his own. He gets the ball in hand and clears it away while Otis gets picked up by Shizuku just in the nick of time.
WWW a bit impatient. Not the time to kind of walk it down, but they try anyways. Now Madrid finds possession.
Nice.
Instantly loses Milkro thanks to Mameshi just grabbing out of the way. Now the Janet Super Unleashed going on scouting duty. They can't find where Shizuku is just yet, but Levi is a bigger problem. Now this Janet absolutely isolated. Shizuku gets out, and that's going to give Levi a lot more space in front.
Yeah, they bought themselves some time, but can they make the full use of it right now? Mercurial still on the right-hand flank now, trying to keep Mameshi and the Jeanette at bay right now, as the Otis still is being harassed heavily by the Levi. Two stickies back in the back there, almost taking him out completely, and look at that, the Jeanette's already down. There's no one left to defend. One more shot here by Madrid, and they will be able to first score this goal here to try to break this draw.
And now WWW needs to look for a tie. They have Mameshi with the super. It's going to be a crucial one. Misses the super, in fact. Can't find Levi. This is big, big news for Madrid, and they go on the offense instantly. Getting the trade, Shizuku on the right. Levi will be able to follow up. Try to send a shot in. Mameshi slow down, but able to clear it just in time. But this Janet facing immense pressure. They get rid of Levi. Shizuku needs to go, but he's just way too agile. They can't get rid of him. Milkro comes back. Shizuku healing up, in fact, and they lose the Janet. WWW in a very, very rough spot. These trades favor Madrid.
Yeah, indeed. They just have to run out the clock. 30 seconds left here, and only the Otis and Jeanette are on the field. Now only Mameshi is coming back in. Does he have his super in hand? And he does. He needs to be on point of it. Now he brings the ball forward here. They're still trying to deal with Suzuku, but unfortunately Otis is a little bit too low, so Mameshi is not able to move up to get over him. And in fact, Otis has been taken out, so is the Jeanette. Now Mameshi has to hold his own. He does grab Mameshi here, but the two of them just overrun him, and they score completely. Madrid able to fight on yet another round here by taking this Brawl Ball set.
We will get set number 4. Madrid not going down just yet. Couldn't have wished for it to go any other way. Would have been a shame if WWW just wins just like that over a team like Madrid. History has still has a chance to repeat itself, but this was the closest set we have had this entire day.
One of the most closest Brawl Ball rounds I've actually seen in the Snapdragon Pro Series, period. Wow, especially given the stakes here where Madrid could not afford to slip up even a little bit. But the thing was that even if the advantage of overtime, WWW was not able to break through the stalwart defense that both the Stu was basically able to make Mets out even in overtime. So that actually got me quite worried already for WWW, because it seems like even when things were going their way, they're still unable to break right through the line here. And I think Levi's harassment as a squeak was also one big factor as well, because he was always constantly keeping the Otis occupied, making sure he cannot support the rest of his teammates.
And this was the golden save from Shizuku that kept Madrid in the game. But I mean, you say Levi is a superstar, I say Shizuku is also. He played out of his mind in this set. Is still unkillable. They cannot catch him at all. But this could be the killer. But going to knock out a mode. If you go down, you go down.
Indeed, and given that both WWW and Madrid have the same win rate on this map here, it's not certain right now who's going to be able to come on the top. So naturally, given that this is going to be Bell's Rock, they're already taking out a few of the marksmen here. So that's Piper already taken out, as well as Byron. Madrid also taking the Gene out alongside the WWW as well, because they recognize that it's going to be a very dangerous brawler to deal with here on a map like this.
B, first one to come for Madrid. It's all about that long range. Again, this is a map that is vertical, so definitely harder to play around, and especially when you have no respawn, right? You look at the design, the midsection, that big patch of grass. It's only one way in or out. Instantly, Brock and RT selected by WWW, and you gotta love the Brock. A lot of terrain destruction.
Indeed, and also has like impressive amounts of range, even though his projectiles are, I think, a little bit slower, but that's only marginal though. The value that he brings just from the range and the damage potential alone is why he's going to be the main pick here. There's still the Bell available for them to pick up if they want to on the Madrid side, and they do have like 2 choices of brawler to go with. So will they use that to try to pair up with the B here? And first one they're going to pick up is the Max. That's going to be a very decent choice, especially for the mid lane here. But no time he's going to be up against RT here. I'm going to be very curious to see how the matchup will go, because effectively you still have like 3 more or less lanes here that they can play around with. So with the Max in the middle, the Gus on one side, and the B on the other. Hopefully they'll be able to use this lineup here to keep that Brock at bay. But just have to watch out for when he gets his super. The Brock can immediately clear a lot of obstacles and open up the map a lot more.
And I like the fact that Madrid banned out the Sprout because I was looking at WWE to pick it up. They have the Janet, one of the best stallers in that final stretch of a knockout. You can really just outsmart the Poison Cloud to a certain extent. But yeah, the value again in the damage, in the turret destruction, but also incendiary, right? The leftover damage, the burning terrain, that is going to put a lot of pressure on Madrid. A lot of eyes are going to be on these two marksmen, the Brock and the B.
I mean, they're going to be trading amongst each other, I think, for the most of this map here. Now let's go ahead and run into this. Remember, if WWE wins this one, they will walk over and become the forward team to go into Challenge Final. Madrid needs to win this one to bring it to a 5th game decider, so the stakes couldn't have been higher here for both of these squads.
Incredibly high, and you can see just the pressure by this Brock. You're gonna eventually start to feel it. You can kind of inch forward and just slowly take out the space. Mameshi is doing just that. But Milkro is landing his shot, so Mameshi won't be able to take out as much space as he would have liked. Madrid doing a great job in keeping it neutral.
The Gus as well, actually dodging a lot of that damage there. So now he's trying to get up in front here. Mameshi has to put up his the sound barrier there in order to try to get the health up for both of him and his teammate. That's a good shot there from the RT, and now there's already snowballing very hard. Only the Max is left. Don't think he's going to be long for this world though. In this 1v3, they have him dead to rights. That's going to be the first round here taken by WWW.
Oh, lovely. Very, very well done. RT holding the fort, and also just the backup, right, from the side of WWW. You can see how fast Madrid basically just crashed. Now they saw Milkro to the other side. I was expecting this matchup a bit more. You see the B into the Brock, which that's why I felt a bit surprised when they decided to put the Gus into the Brock. But now Levi, again, aggressive stance, speed boost forward, wants the space, and he's going to brute force his way to gain it, but instantly pushed back.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage as a result right now. The Jeanette having moved up now, putting down her speaker, making sure that both her and RT will get a lot of healing there, and that's going to be crucial because that allows them to get a lot of domination over the middle of this map here. So now the Max and Gus is trying to break through, but the Brock, so you look at that, the Incendiary is just making it so hard for them to actually even get through because the choke point naturally just makes them absorb so much damage.
Yeah, Levi really feels like he needed to do a lot, and now the Brock Super is out, doesn't find anyone. The Janet forced. Janet doesn't have much health to work with. It might just be a 1 versus 2, and it will. The RT against the rest of Madrid. Surely Madrid can win this out, forcing him into the Poison Cloud. Madrid ties up the first match.
Wow, his best bet right there was to actually just land one hit on Levi there, but that sadly did not come to pass. So not enough done here. Madrid with that 1 point now. So let's see who's going to be able to take this one out. Still yet again keeping to the same lineup here, though with the B and the Gus having swapped places.
Same matchup. Madrid feeling a bit more comfortable with this arrangement. And I do like it a bit more, right? You are always going to do more damage to the Brock if you hit your shots at the same distance as the Brock rocket. Thanks to how B works, and you can see just a third of the health gone. Levi, he's just going to move out forward. Mameshi under immense pressure, needs help right now. Able to receive it, but Madrid now will take up all of the space.
Yep, and B sending a honeypot, making sure that she can keep on. Oh, but then the Jeanette takes it out quickly, and RT is forced Gus to fall all the way back. He broke his shield as well, so he is actually in a world of hurt at this point, even though he has already done well to keep RT's health quite low. But Milkro is also receiving damage. Now the Jeanette moves out in front. Does take out the Gus finally. The Poison Cloud's already out, so they're trying to collapse upon each other. Jeanette still doesn't have the super, I think, yet.
He has.
Oh, yes, she's just waiting, I guess. Just waiting for the two of them. But then unfortunately, RT's going to be caught in the Poison Cloud. Will die. He's trying to do it. Can he get it? Getting on one more. No! He doesn't get it on Suzuku, and Suzuku survives.
Held it until the very last moment, but could not outlast two members of Madrid. As close as it can get for the first match of this set. Madrid still hanging on. Just heroics from both teams. We still have one more to go. Madrid needs 2 more knockout wins.
Yep, just 2 more knockout wins, and they will be able to force this to a 5th game decider. Now, Mameshi is going to be switching gears a bit. Now he's holding on to the right-hand side, but the B is also going to be up against him there, so they've adapted quite well to this. Now, the Max is going to be one he watch out for because, again, with his speed boost as well as a shield, he's going to be able to do something with it, but Melcrio gets taken down by RT now. RT gets taken down by the Melcrio now, and that's going to put Jeanette under pressure, but she still is able to take down Levi just in time.
Very nicely done by the Jeanette. Melcrio, under pressure, wins out. Jeanette, not the best in these situations. Forced to drop the sound barrier, get the health back up. Madrid still needs a bit of time. Melcrio's health regeneration delayed as well. We have seen this before, Jeanette. If you can make it to the final phase, there's a huge, huge chance that you can win out. But it's going to be very tough trying to dodge around all these shots from Shizuku. It is just impossible. WWW not able to close out the first round.
I was going to say that it would be possible for Jeanette to win if she was able to, I mean, if both of her opponents were low in health, but that would not happen there because they managed to get a regeneration up. So yet again here, Jeanette still in the middle against the Max. This time the B is going up against the RT here, whereas Brock is trying to do his darndest here to take down Melcrio. Already got him down to half health. Now just puts in another rocket there, almost putting him down for good there. But still, Melcrio is able to dodge away. That's allowed Mameshi to come up now. Mameshi still trying to get the hits on. Fortunately, was able to dodge that one by hiding behind an indestructible wall. Jeanette now just rounding around, trying to force the issue onto B, but still not able to take it out completely. Levi goes in front, gets a kill done on the Jeanette and trade 1 for 1.
Now there's a big problem. These two brawlers, especially Mameshi, doesn't want to be up close and personal. That's why Melcrio is taking up so much space. The B as well, forcing this RT to be low. Mameshi, you don't want to go into that center part. The B super is out. RT completely caught. It might just boil down to Mameshi. This RT can't survive. Mameshi all alone. Madrid looking to push us to that final set. And it seems like it is very, very possible right now. Mameshi, 1 versus 2, Poison Cloud closing in. We're going the full distance for sure. Madrid still fighting on. We are heading all the way to the 5th set.
Oh, I was thinking, what could the Brock even do? But then, you know, once the RT was down, I think that was pretty much it. Well, like, quite literally, when he got into the grass with the 3 fences around him, I felt that was going to be a trap because the B was going to be shutting him down. The Gus was just constantly spamming all throughout, not just onto the RT, but also onto the Brock towards the end of that round there. So that's very well done here. Well handled, actually, by Madrid because they managed to just eke themselves back into contention here. So only 1 more map to go here. WWW kind of dropped the ball a little bit here despite their best efforts. And now Madrid has yet another second win here in order to be able to bring this to a 5th map decider.
To 4 from WWW. This is a big disparity coming out from Madrid.
Yeah, I think maybe with the recharge might be a bit faster on their side, actually, now think about it. But this was definitely Jeanette's best moment here. But unfortunately, just not able to get herself on top of Shizuku in time. I mean, Shizuku, you know, you mentioned he was playing, he had his tap dodging shoes early on a couple maps ago. I mean, he's still probably wearing it right now because he's dodging so much of these attacks so well.
If Shizuku had 1,000 extra health to survive that 1 tick of the Poison Cloud, this would have been so much different. Here we go to Hard Rock, my gem grab to end it all. The maps today have been very, very entertaining. A lot of brushes.
Oh, I love the map selection. I mean, like, granted, some of them were quite, it has been around for a while, but, you know, the changes that have been happening patch after patch here from Brawl Stars actually made these maps into quite a good battlegrounds actually for these high-level teams. So now that Hard Rock Mine is going to be the last map of choice here, I don't know, if I was a team, I would be dreading this round here because gem grabs, just like heists, can be a bit of a toss-up, and it's always about like you always have a certain percentage of luck as well at play when it comes to the gem spawns. But nevertheless, they will still do what they can. The Stew is kind of like the obvious pick to go here on Hard Rock Mine because only the Stew is going to be having the speed and the agility to contest the gem spawns as well as to stay out of trouble there through the shrubs.
Yeah, and the Janet was also banned out as well, so you don't have the Janet, you don't have the Max.
You don't have the Penny either.
Yeah. I do wonder if Madrid would go back to the Jean. That could be an option, right? The Bonnie, Mac. There are still a couple of ways for them to circumvent this. They had to go to Jean, picked up by Melcrio. always have that gotcha card at the very end when you need it. But again, it's not easy to catch the members of WWW, especially not the Stu.
Yeah, especially once he gets his speed zone down, and there's actually plenty of spots here where he can plant it down that will still stay within range of the gem spawner. So I think Mameshi is just going to constantly harass whoever is going for the gem pickups here from the Madrid side, which most likely will be that Gene, unless another brawler comes up here to take his place here. And Levi will be using that Crow, no doubt, into the back line there. And, you know, given what we saw earlier when the Crow was kind of like the perfect counter to the Ashe here, perhaps they want to try to wear them down, you know, from the back line and hopefully be able to force Mameshi into a mistake. I digress though, there's still a couple more picks here to go for WWW, so we're still not sure what is going to be used here to support Stu in his gem grab endeavor.
The 8-bit. It's all about AoEs right now.
AoEs and damage boost.
A lot of buffs for WWW. Of course, one of the weaknesses for 8-bit is just he is horrendously slow.
Yeah.
So, but aside from that, you know, it's quite durable. And again, when you have all these zones placed now, Madrid, they don't have a way to deal with it. And now you have the Leon. This is big,
AoEs all the way.
big trouble for Madrid. They only have one pick to deal with this. I'm thinking, what other brawlers can take care of these setups?
I mean, the first thing I'm thinking of right off the bat is that they have to take out whatever drops that WWW does, whereas there's a speed zone from Stu, the damage booster from 8-bit, and Leon's lollipop drop. I mean, they're just going to be spreading these all over the map, so there's so many for them to deal with, and the Crow alone will be able to do that on his own. So they will pick the Poco here, and I think that's mostly going to be for survivability here, because they know if all those three of those AoEs are up at the same time, that's going to be very, very hard for Madrid to deal with on their own. So they need some sort of fallback plan, some form of fallback support, and I think Suzuku on that Poco might just be it there for them.
Yeah, and it's also one of those few brawlers that your attack just pierces, right? So it's easier to deal with you know, setups that are placed together in a bunch. One last set. And it seems like from the get-go, WWW have a powerful draft, but Madrid, they came back 2 sets in a row. This one is the final one they need to get through.
Yep, here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. The Stu already trying to put a bit of fear into the hearts of Madrid, but they are unabated as Levi goes for the spawner here, and 2 actually spawns out just in time for Mameshi to pick up. Now Suzuku goes up against the Stu, but no, Stu wins out that win against the Poco now. Just need to keep Levi under pressure here while Mameshi continues to keep control over the spawner. Melchior now tries to get onto Leon, but he pops down the lollipop drop, and now look at that, 8-bit also putting out his damage booster as well, so they're just banking on all those AoEs to try to counteract whatever Emil Madrid's gonna do.
Yeah, it's gonna start to hurt right now. We still haven't seen that speed zone from the Stu. But Madrid, they're making good progress in getting all of the gems. They pull Mameshi away. And that's 7 for Madrid. Milgro cutting through the backline as well. He does go down. But WWW completely split up. Levi doing a great job. The Stu also goes down. The respawns are now staggered. All these zones won't help if this Gene catches you. Mameshi needing to, again, reset. And again, the Crow attacks also. The poison slowing down his regeneration. All these setup constricts WWW to be in a certain area. And I feel like Madrid are taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and Levi just is supported constantly by Suzuku up to that point, and now they're just trying to hold on to the backline here, waiting for the last gem to show itself. But then now the Stu in the backline trying to make Suzuku's life a living hell right now, but Levi is wisely keeping his distance now. Actually finds Stu just as he tries to sneak away through the shrubbery.
And Levi, remember, this is the Gene with 9 gems in hand. If he gets that super backup and Mameshi gets grabbed this round, it's pretty done and dusted. But this Leon is surviving for longer than he needed to be!
Whoa!
Get straight on Shizuku! How could no one see him? WWW running away like a thief in the night. This round 1 basically done.
Wow, just like that. I mean, they had to pick up they just had to take out one of the 2 here, either 8-bit or Leon. They do take up they actually didn't take up Mameshi at all. He was able to teleport back to his damage booster. So wow, WWW snatching away victory from the jaws of defeat.
It's heroics from the Leon at the very end. I am very surprised that that Madrid didn't know where he was, because I was looking at the map. He was in the left side for the longest of times. And now Madrid, one match away from missing out top 4.
Oh boy.
Definitely would have not expected it to go down like this, and it's not starting out well.
Yeah, oh boy. Stu already gone to the back line, but Levi and Suzuku under a lot of pressure here. Mameshi's just hounding them there. Now the sun is so low here in hell. They just cleared them out completely. Mameshi completely unopposed right now to pick up 5 gems in a row here. Suzuku and Milkrio now just only coming up. But look at the amount of damage he's doing here. And Leon in the back line just being a constant thorn in the back. Finally gets taken down by Suzuku, but then only just allowed Mameshi to get up to 7 gems.
Yeah, they're trying to take control off that right side so they could get rid of the damage booster, and they do find it, but Mameshi just sets it up again. Instantly TP's back. That's 8 gems right now. He does have the Leon to back him up. The damage boost is going to start to hurt. Shizuku has the super. Needs to use it sparingly though. And this Leon. And Stu, we haven't even addressed the Stu yet. He is still alive. They started the countdown already.
Yeah.
WWW doing it so quick. Madrid completely unprepared. They get rid of the Leon, but they still have 2 more to go. Can they stop the countdown? Shizuku running forward. Mameshi is the target, but 8-bit durable enough to stick right through. Time is going to run out just in time. WWW have basically done it. Top 4 is theirs. They complete this grudge match against Madrid, and they will be the last team to make it to top 4.
A wise man once said, revenge is a dish best served cold. And cold indeed was WWW, just constantly being a thorn on Real Madrid's back. We didn't see this dude towards the end there because you know what he was doing? He was harassing that crow. He was making sure he could not support his teammates, and that allowed the rest of his squad to just keep control. And Mameshi on that 8-bit so clutch with those teleports onto his damage booster, making sure that there was nothing they could do the moment that he had that down. Like he just could just wander straight into the gem spawner, then teleport back, and then go for it one more time, just dodging any sort of damage, any sort of attempts coming out from Madrid's side.
And this is heartbreak for Madrid as well, right? They came so close, right? We look at the players like Shizuku, Milkrio, Levi, and in fact, even at one point, they were not on the same team. But when they came together, this felt like the team that could make it one small stop at the very final stage. And they were supposed to be the gatekeeper. And this time, WWW basically overcame them, and this roster, we've talked about it, the ex-Rising Sun esports from Japan finally made it through the top 4. First in the history, but not under the banner, under their own name.
Yeah, I mean, just going to show that this lineup, you know, can never be underestimated no matter what flag they carry. And they have done it. They have now become the 4th squad to qualify themselves to the Challenge Finals. And boy, that's going to be one heck of a showdown. Let's have a look one more time at these replays here, because I particularly want to see like what this dude was doing towards the end there. But unfortunately, I think it might have been cut off.
Look at this. He was doing that.
Yeah, he was doing that for sure.
I think he spent the rest of the round basically on the enemy side, right? Like,
yeah. Like when the majority of it was just kind of like left catching the crow out of spawn. Look at the elation in their hands there, man. I mean, man, I can really feel the energy that was coming out from their side when they realized they just won it completely.
Oh yeah, I mean, this team, again, we've seen them come such a long way. This last time in Season 1, they were also stopped right before top 4. So a new breakthrough for the roster. I think, you know, we were able to talk to some of them in spec in Season 1. This is one of their bucket lists, and I think they've achieved it. Well, I didn't think they 100% have achieved it. And you know what? This is it's been a fantastic run in the Challenge Group stage. We're gonna show you guys the bracket one more time because, oh boy, it has been an absolute ride.
Yeah, so let's talk about Group 1 first. So Crazy Raccoon, they defeated Brighton in order to get into the upper bracket finals before Help Me actually defeated them 3-2. So that put them into the lower bracket finals there, where Rising Sun Esports, after losing that first round, actually winning the first round, had to go through to fight Brighton, defeats them, goes on against Crazy Raccoon, but got completely wiped 3-0 for Crazy Raccoon to finally secure their 3rd slot to the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, and in Group 2, you know, Team Flash basically steamrolled to Quasar, took down Madrid 3-2 to be the 2nd team to qualify top 4. Madrid, on the other hand, they crushed WWW, waited in the finals of the lower bracket side. WWW took out Quasar, goes up to Madrid, and got their revenge 3-2 in a massive, in a great full series action to secure the last spot into top 4. And this again, right, helped me. One of the teams that wanted to make it there finally did it. WWW also did it. Team Flash also did it. The only resident of top 4 is Crazy Raccoon. How insane is that?
I know, right? Wow, what amazing games we're seeing so far. Cannot wait to see how this will all conclude because, you know, the top 4 will be playing in the playoffs here for the Challenge Finals, and that will confirm who's going to be taking the $16,000 as the first prize in this challenge competition here. So, wow, I mean, again, congratulations to these two teams here because they played their absolute hearts out. It's been an amazing couple of matches we've seen, and I do believe we have an announcement to make here. Yep, about the Challenge Finals.
So at the start, I was teasing everyone, but here it is. I can finally reveal the news. The Challenge Finals is going to be held in Tokyo, Japan, the Ginza Esports Studio. It's going to be an amazing one. I believe, you know, Brawl Star and Japan has had a very, very close relationship. The Japanese region has been the strongest regions in the entire world when it comes to Brawl Star. Now we bring the action to home soil. And 3 out of the 4 teams are from Japan as well. They get to play in front of a home crowd. It's going to be very, very amazing. Can't wait for it to happen.
Indeed, and that's going to be happening on the 7th of May. We will be streaming that as well on this page. We will also be casting that as well. Yeah. So that's going to be exciting to see here. I mean, to finally see the conclusion of the top 4 teams from the Asia Pacific region when it comes to Snapdragon Pro Series. I mean, you can imagine that, like the top 4 for the entire region here, all going to be off against each other. This is going to be an amazing, amazing day.
The craziest part was last time in Season 1, Season 1 Finals, it happened in Malaysia, and all 4 teams are from Japan right now. We get to send a representative from SEA to Japan for Season 2 Finals. What a journey it has been. But of course, this journey would not have been completed without Monster Energy as one of our longtime partners, unleashing the beast within everyone. And I bet you, Mameshi basically been chugging down a lot of that monster in that final set. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming to get your daily fix of that energy boost.
Yeah, and we also need to shout out our other sponsor, which is going to be Kachi Shop, because whenever you're low on your in-game credits and you need a reload, but you don't want to deal with all the hassle, you can do it at Kachi Shop itself, because not only do they streamline the process for you, but you also get to enjoy plenty of deals as well as discounts on your next reload. So check them out over at kachishop.com to get the best reloads here for your gaming experiences.
Yeah, bang for a buck. If you can't win a gem grab, you grab the gem with Kachi Shop. Just good deal. But it's been a fantastic challenge group stage. I can't believe we have just concluded the group stage for Season 2. Challenge Finals coming up 7th of May. If you guys are traveling to Tokyo, or if you guys reside in Tokyo, that is where it's going to be happening. But for the rest of you guys, mark down 7th of May on your calendar. We'll see you guys then for the Grand Finals. For now, we're going to sign off. I'm Husky. It's Victor Cax. We'll see you guys for the top 4 Challenge Finals. Good night.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
As I feel the weight of the world, I see it, I reach it. To the summit that I never know I need it, I reach
special.